the 8th round.
Обращаем особенное внимание,
I pay your attention
что завтра начало 9-го тура в 11 часов.
tomorrow the starting of the 9th round will be at 11 a.m.
Начало тура, просьба опустить часы, всем удачи.
The round is starting, please start your clock. Good luck for everybody.
Hello, my dear audience. Today is the 8th round of the 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. And right now, this round started. Perfect. I want to start from the beginning. My name is Dasha, I'm Woman FIDE Master, and I'm your entertainer for today because I will be giving comments. I will show you the details of tournaments. I will discuss with you interesting things from the chess games. So, everything for you. As for tournament situation, right now, after 7 rounds, today, the 8th round, as I said before, tomorrow will be the last round of the tournament, the decisive one. So, what we've got right now? It's an interesting question. Yesterday and the day before yesterday was, drawish rounds, when every game was finished with a draw in results. So, I hope today will be something different and we will see resultative games. It will be a diversity, to be honest, of results. As for tournament situation, first place is taken by the Amin Tabatabai. Amin Tabatabai has 5 points from 7. Am I right? Yep. I am right. I'm always right. What's the strange question? Of course. So, Amin Tabatabai has 5 points from 7. The second place of the tournament is sharing by these 6 participants. So, Raunak Sadhuani, Vladimir Malakhov, Shan Sargsyan, Arseniy Nesterov, Aik Martirosyan, and Francisco Vallejo Pons, they have 3 points 5, and they are sharing the places from the 2nd to the 7th. And Vladislav Artemiev, Sanan Sugirov, and Shamsidin Vahidov have 3 points from 7. As you know, in chess slang, it's called -1. So they are close to the 2nd place, but they have 0.5 less. So they are sharing places from 8th to 10th, and right now maybe something will change. Because if before this round you keep your energy, you save it, right now it's time to show the world everything that you can show. Because today will be the last round, as I said before, the decisive one, but today is a very decisive round too. The 2 last rounds in every tournament is the most important. So, right now my prediction is at least 3 resultative games, maybe more. I'm ready for the intense battles, aggressive attacks, sacrifices, something like that. Today, the vibe of the day. And my prediction that today our stream will be longer than yesterday and in the day before yesterday. Because in previous days, our time of streaming was 4 hours. It's so small for this time control. I want to remind you the time control of this tournament. 100 minutes in default and 50 minutes extra after the 40 moves in the game, and of course 30-second increment after every move. So. A game with 60 moves. You may unfold for 6 hours. Game with 120 moves can unfold for 7 hours. So today I'm ready to work till night because I think today is a resultive day. It's a strong feeling of mine. And as you know, usually my feeling is right. My predictions are working. Of course, there are exceptions. But for example, yesterday I guess everything. So, as for pairs of participants for today, let's check it and let's discuss the first moves. The first board. You may look at the board and understand everything. Raunak Sathwani plays white. Sanan Sugirov plays black. And it's a Rai Lopez, but not so common variation. It's called Morphy defense. Arkhangelsk variation. Arkhangelsk variation. Interesting. So I have never been in Arkhangelsk. As you know, it's a big city of Russia, not so big but interesting. But I heard about that city a lot of things, so it's strange. Usually, when I see the names of the variations in Lichess, there are so a lot of Russian names, sounds other way. For example, Russian game in Russian language means Petrov's defense in Lichess. But right now it's Arkhangelsk variation. So interesting. Let's have a look from the beginning. As you know, Ruy Lopez is a variation with bishop b5 in the third move. Okay, a6, bishop a4, knight f6. Right now it seems a Berlin variation, short castling. As you know, this pawn isn't hanging, it's not a sacrifice. The main idea is after knight takes c4, you should respond with d4. So if you are going to play Ruy Lopez, you should know only one thing, that after knight takes c4, you should respond d4. So that's all. Other variations are easy to find in the game. So, b5, bishop b3 is the only one move, and bishop b7. So, queenside fianchetto. Rook e1, because right now, after these preparations, pawn is really hanging and you should protect it. Bishop c5, c3 preparing d4, d4 in the next move, and bishop b6. Interesting thing. So as you can see, the pawn structure in the center is solid. So of course white have more space in the center and it can be more comfortable for their minor pieces, develop in the center. But as for advantage, I'm not sure at all. There are some interesting games in this position. Firstly, I see the game between Vishwanathan Anand and Gate Kamsky, but in 1995 year. 1995 year, I said it right. So, it was a victory of white after the bishop e3. Maybe this position seems like equality from the first sight, but top-level grandmasters plays it, and the most of games is resultative. I mean with victory, without draws. So 57% of game finished by victory one of the side, and 44% finishing with draw. And of course you have a question. Why 57 plus 44 equals 100%? It's a, mystery of math. I don't know. It's lichess. Lichess statistics, has some trouble sometimes. But who cares? The general picture we can see, so other details is not so important. And I continue with next plans of white right now. Computer recommends to play a4 with opening an a file, because right now a file is interesting way for the rook from the corner. Can you imagine that it's so long to develop this rook near to the center, so it's so quickly to play a4 and make a trade-off in the b5. The better thing that this tension between a4 pawn and b5 pawn in white's favor, because white have an opportunity to take it in every move. If you want to take it here, you can take it here. If you want to do it after 5 moves, you can do it. So black's capture here is not useful for them, because every time it will be a semi-open file with a isolated pawn. So that was the general idea of use of a4 move. So go ahead and be happy. As for the black, short castling, h6 is a good prophylaxis move, preventing bishop g5 and knight g5 in some variations. Rook e8, good preparation with attacking this pawn potentially. Maybe d5 for white after the rook e8, but it will be after the long time, so right now, generally, I can talk that this position is equal. Okay, let's continue our discussion. As for second board, Artemiev Vladislav plays white and Shan Sargsyan plays black. And that's English opening, of course, because the first move c4 means English opening, but after e5 knight c3, black responded bishop b4. The whole name of the variation is King's English variation, Kramnik-Shirov counterattack. Kramnik-Shirov counterattack. Interesting. The most popular move in this position for white, of course, knight d5, because usually this bishop decides to stay here after the movement of the d pawn, to make a pin, of course, and to secure an exchange if something go wrong. But right now this pin doesn't exist, so that's the reason to play knight d5. Knight d5, bishop c5 is the most popular continuation, knight f3 attacking the pawn, c6 with counterattack the knight returns to c3. As for e4, this square is protected, so d6 and e3 or d4. That's the main pawn structure in this particular case. Okay, let's return. Right now, this position stays in the board, and Artemiev Vladislav is thinking. Perfect. I'm sure that he knows the main variations in this opening, because it's only the third move. But I think he choosing between some well-known continuations. Okay. As for the third board, Nestor Farseni plays white and Tabatabai Amin plays black. As I said before, Amin Tabatabai is the leader of this tournament, and his gap between him and the second place is 1.5. Is so much in this strong tournament, you can imagine. So, as for the first moves, it was d4, c4, and d5. c5. Early decision to build a square of pawns in the center. So c5, trade off close to the center to create an isolated pawn to opponent. E takes d5. It's a typical continuation, but not so popular in this particular case. But the main point that after g3, it will be an obvious plan to attacking an isolani on d5. So that's the point. Knight d5 is very interesting for black. e4 It's a fourth sequence of moves, lead us to the typical position. I played it by black, maybe not a lot of times, but 10 times at least in my earliest tournament. So really it looks like that white has more space in the center, and that's true. They have more space here, but this pawn is hanging in some variations, and the plan for black is obvious. Knight d7, b6, bishop b7. Honestly speaking, usually the knight wants to go to c6 and a4 to, using this square with rook c8 to fighting with the bishop from c4, but variation with knight d7 exists, and the variation, it's more reliable and solid, because usually the main idea of white is attacking h7 pawn. It seems not like that in this position, but generally this idea with e5, bishop d3, knight g7 is working, knight g5 because defense this pawn is a hard thing. Usually knight wants to stay on f6, but not here because of e5. So this move with knight d7 is reliable, because usually it will be rook e8 and knight f8 to protect the h7 square from the attacks on this diagonal. Potentially, if it will be necessarily, yep. So 60% of game finish with a draw in this position, but as for others, the percent of white's victories is higher than percent of black's victory. In any case, that's an opening theory for what for it was this preposition here, I don't know. As for the fourth board, Ike Martirosyan plays white and Francisco Vallejo Pons plays black. And that's something new and interesting, at least for me. It's Khan variation in Sicilian defense. I heard about Khan surname only in Caro-Kann defense, but that's the difference, because in Caro-Kann defense, e4 c6 in the first move, the surname of Khan writing with 2n, so Khan. And that's the difference, because right now in Sicilian, after d4 and b5, the surname Khan writing with only one n in the end, K-K-A-N. So it's another man, I think. b5, interesting idea. Usually black doesn't want to do that. Their pawn stays on b6, and this scheme called hedgehog. Because the main point is, staying very solid pawn structure, b6. Maybe I've confused something. Looks like I confused something, not in this particular case. It sounds strange, because what for? Why they would stay on b6 if they have a great opportunity to stay on b5? No, it was my mistake. I mixed up something. Thank you, things happens, but where the main line? Maybe hedgehog? Yep, that's the difference. Usually in Sicilian, black force white to play knight c3. For example, right here, 72% plays d4 and make a trade-off. That's the difference. After the knight f6, white has to play knight c3. Of course, c5 is prohibited because of the double attack. So right now, this pawn is blocked, and it's time to, move your pawns in the center. But for example, after the a6, you may play c4 with control of the central, all of the central squares. And right now, black has to play d6 and b6. That was my previous thought with the hedgehog scheme. You know, even line with 4 pawns, it's like a skin of hedgehog. You know, skin of a hedgehog in the back. So it's like a cactus. I don't know this comfortable word, but I want to check it because it's really important to explain the things. So, hedgehog has the needles in his back. So they spawn like needles in the 6th rank. In any case, in this game, knight c3 was played. So right now, black has an opportunity to gain more space, at least in the queen side after the b5. Okay, bishop goes to d3. 80-10% of the masters who played this position prefers bishop d3, bishop b7. I won't explain to you the sense of this move. After the b4, knight should go away. And if we doesn't put our bishop on d3, this pawn in the center will be hanging. So that's not so comfortable. That's the reason why this bishop tried to protect central pawn in advance. Bishop b7, short castling. Knight goes to trade, and after the trade we have the position in the game. So right now the evaluation is equal, in the Sicilian is typical. Next plans of the black is development, of course, but we have a difference in this situation. It's not so equal, not so what the opposite of unique, not so common. This variation is not so common because usually in the Sicilian it's more comfortable to put your knight on f6 square. But right now, because of d6, I'm not sure. That's the reason why this knight prefers an interesting reroute in this particular case. It's recycling with knight e7 and knight g6, you know, to interfere this diagonal from the bishop and to clear this square for the bishop potentially. So short castling is a significant part of this plan. For example, rook e1, protecting the central pawn. As for d6, d6 is making some weaknesses in black's camp, if I understand it right. a4, pawn break. So the pawn is hanging. If you take me, knight goes to a4. What's the difference? It's really unclear for me right now. So, for example, after the knight e7, why this move isn't working? b4. b4 means before, but why this idea doesn't exist after the a4? b4, for example. Knight d5. Stop. Knight d5. So, if I understand right, knight on e7 should interfere the e-file from these ideas. So, that move is prohibited because of the discovered attack, and white takes the bishop back, but this king in the center is suffering. As for the threats, for example, I just want to protect my pawn from the attack. Bishop e3. Oh. With the idea of bishop b6 and knight c7. Capture is prohibited, of course, because of idea of discovered attack. So you should protect the b6 square and the threat, okay? And the return. Computer says that the evaluation in this particular situation is plus 2.2. So that's so much. More than 2 pawns in white's favor. So let's believe him. And really, pawn should stay on d7 right now. Knight f6 is bad because of e5, as we discussed. If you want to make a trade-off right here, white has a great advantage in the development, because their king is a safe place, their rook is ready in the center, and black is no. So you should know that in position with great advantage is development. Your main plan and your first plan is opening lines, verticals, a diagonal, so all of your long way pieces wants to play. That's the reason why right here a4 trying to open diagonal and vertical. If you don't want to, at least a5. So that's a fixed weakness in the a6 for your bishop and potentially for your battery. Really, it's an interesting idea to line up your pieces to attack this weakness. So, in any case, Rui Lopez and Sicilian and lot of openings helps you to remember this plan with a4. You know, it's a typical way to fighting with this pawn chain in the queen side, so a4 is typical, because before this diagonal will open, after the trade-off, 2 lines for 3 our long way pieces are opening, include queen, of course. Rook e1 was played. Computer says that the top engine move right here is queen b5, maybe going away from all these problems with discovered attacks, I don't know. Maybe with idea of a4, b takes a, and queen started to attack the b4, b2 pawn. In any case, right now the evaluation is plus 0.2, so that's equality. The most popular move in this situation is bishop c5, so it's possible. The second line of using by masters is knight e7, as I said before, and right now it's an opening theory, so nothing new in this moment. As for the fifth board, let's look at that. Malakhov Vladimir plays white, Wahidov Shamsidin plays black. It was an English opening, as statistics says, but as for me, I want to look from the beginning. c4, e6, e3. It's a Zukertort opening. Really? We have seen it for many times, when white delayed the d4 opportunity to keep this diagonal for the dark bishop. Am I right? Why? Of course, the second move was c4, but that's no reason to call it the English opening, because it was a Zukertort opening. I remember. It's a lie. So, in any case, trade off on d5 and g3 and fianchetto and short castling. The pawn structure is has a questions, because usually everybody wants to avoid this type of pawn structure when your pawn controls only one color of the squares. But right now, why not? Of course, d3 square is not good, but how our opponent can exploit it? I think there is no opportunity to have some benefits from this square for black, so nothing. In any case, by 2 next moves, this pawn places on the light squares, and right now the harmony returns. So half of pawn attacking the light squares and another half of pawns attacking the dark squares. And nice harmonious pieces, so perfect for them. c5. And right now the evaluation is 0.0, but as for me, it's a calm before storm, you know this phrase. So right now, of course, nobody threatening nobody. But potentially black has a space in the center, black has 2 beautiful bishops, white has a strong long diagonal with a rook on the corner. As for d5 pawn, I'm not sure about that. So, a lot of compensation, and I think even with evaluation of 0.0, this position is not so simple. Everybody has a chances to looking for an initiative. So we'll look at that. As for the first board, after the d4 and bishop b6, bishop e3 was played with protecting this pawn and short castling. So right now the capture of this pawn is prohibited, because after knight e4 it will be d5, you know, with multiple threats in the same time. Right now d takes c6 and bishop takes b6 with a discovered attack. And right now white has an extra piece after some moves. For example, takes, all knights are hanging, so knight f2 is a top engine move right here. You understand the things. So black isn't ready for the capturing in the center right now. That's the reason why they played short castling, and white are thinking. So maybe the most common move and natural in this position is knight b d2. Just develop our last minor piece and protect the central pawn on e4, because right now it's hanging. But what will be in the next moves? For example, knight tries to protect and rook tries to attack. d5, what the idea? Bishop b6, maybe this pawn structure is good for black. This doubled pawns is totally okay. Computer says c4, bishop c2, for what? Recycling the bishop, have another diagonal for working with our typical a4 idea, or what's happening? Computer says bishop d3 in any case, g3, knight h4, using f5 square, maybe f4 potentially, so it's a king side offensive of pawn. Technically sounds logical, because usually when you have a pawn, when you have a space advantage, you have a right to start a flank attack, maybe in the king side, like in this situation. So, you know, it's patterns of old Indian with g3 and f4 and maybe f5 and g4. In any case, white has an advantage in the center that gives him a chances to start something in the flank. Right now, this situation stays in the board, and Raunaksat Huani, the rating leader of the tournament, is thinking. So, I want to remind you that this tournament had a record of, you know, tournaments in Russia in 2025. It's the strongest tournament, because the average rating of the participants is 2648. It's so much, really 10 participants, and their ratings from 2601 to 2681. So they're so strong. And right now they're playing each other, and today the 8th round. So everything is stick to the plan, stick to the schedule. Okay, I hope I used this phrase correctly. And right now we are looking at the positions. So it's clear as for this case. Let's go to the next board. The second one, Artemiev Vladislav plays white, Chan Sargsyan plays black, and we discussed this position before after the bishop b4. I like this language jokes with b4 and b4. So, as I told you, knight d5 is a top popular move right here, because white's knight places to the outpost in the center with a tempo. But the idea of bishop b4 was a provocation, because knight on d5 is not a long temporary piece. After the c6 and d5, this knight should return, so that's a temporary idea. The first draw for today? Hey, my prediction was a very resultative day. What you do? After the knight bd2, Raunak Sathwani offered a draw for his opponent Sanan Sugirov, and this round finished with a draw. Maybe. They have all rights to do that, but I was sure. How? It's a tournament with great prize fund, and this last rounds today and tomorrow, it's the last chance to have more money by winning some games. As for me, but they decided to offer to the draw. It's unfair. I wanted a long and intense battle. What's happening? So I hope that other participants will not offer a draw in this round, because they should fight. They should show us brilliant games to discuss. Really? Draw after the 34 minutes of playing. Maybe that's a good decision for some of them, because really this option hasn't risks, so you fix some place for you. By the way, nobody fixed a place for himself. Except of the leader of the tournament, except of Aminta Batabai, everybody has a chance to have a last place. For example, the gap between second place and last place in this tournament is 0.5. That's the reason why every participant who will lose the game tomorrow has a strong chance to put the last place in the tournament. That's a so big difference between second place and 10th place in money, so you cannot imagine. If I remember right, the prize for the first place is 2,700,000 rubles. The second place is 2,300,000 rubles, and the last place, the 10th one, gives like 700,000 rubles. So you know the difference is 1,700,000 rubles, just one game tomorrow. So it will be very important and interesting for everyone. But today, really today's results influence on the rating list, of the ranking list, I mean, very hard, very strong. So. 4 games left, and I'm sure that will be interesting for us. As for the second board, after the knight d5, bishop returned to the e7, so that's the main point of this opening, you know, trading this bishop to the knight potentially. For example, if after bishop b4 this knight stays on c3, I don't know, g3 is a typical continuation, so 71% of masters prefers to play bishop takes c3 right now, because black wants to get rid of this dark bishop to create a dark pawn chain in the center, because bishop isn't useful in these pawn schemes. So after knight d5, bishop returns to e7. Usually bishop c5 happens often, but after e3 d4, so pros and cons, like in every game and every opening. Knight f3 attacking the pawn d6, d4, and knight f6. Of course, we have a first question: why this pawn on e5 isn't hanging? Or maybe it is. So let's check the variation with capture. D takes e5, d takes e5, knight takes e5. Computer said that the evolution 0.0 after knight takes c5 and short castling, but as for me, it's a strange sacrifice. Maybe it leads to the equal endgame with some kind of compensation, but I'm not sure. A human being, what they do? D takes e5. There were 7 games. D takes e5, knight takes e5, and short castling right here. Hard to understand for me because I like pawns very much, and it's hard to decide, to sacrifice something in this decisive tournament. So stakes are so high. Prizes. Maybe it's just my part of the character, but I really lot of time thinking about the money. So right now it's a risky decision, but computer said that everything is under control, and in 2022 year Carlsen plays white, Mamediyarov Shahryar plays black, and black wants. Let's look at the game, please. I just want to understand how it works. So knight takes here. Okay. The pawn structure is strange, but right now black's pieces are more active. In any case, this game doesn't make something clear, because Magnus Carlsen prefers the variation without capture on e5. He takes on e7. Anand Непомнящий. Knight c3 in this position, Jan Nepomнящий played. Somebody wants to capture this weak pawn or not? What's happening? Knight c3 one more time, knight c3, knight e7. I just checked the statistics of the games of the stronger players, like 10 grandmasters, and nobody, they're not grandmasters, they're masters. As for grandmasters, nobody take here on e5. So knight c3 is popular, knight e7 is popular, but not d takes a5. What the case? Why it's working like that? It's an extra pawn! Maybe this endgame is so equal that is no interesting to play. Okay, short castling. e3, c6, returning, queen c7. Computer is sure that the evaluation is 0.0 and there is nothing interesting in this situation. I do not understand at all, 100%, because in my mind I see the healthy, strong, protected pawn on e3, that is extra pawn in the even surface, so nothing was preconditioned to this sacrifice. Okay, rook on d8. Okay, I will find a place to my queen to go away from these threats. So, what the purpose? So many questions, so less answers. So I hope that in this game will be d takes e5. Maybe it makes my situation easier to understand. Maybe this game shows us why this variation with extra pawn after taking on d5 isn't working. But right now, as for me, everything is working, but the engine doesn't agree. Okay. Artemiev Vladislav is thinking for 13 minutes so far after the sacrifice with knight f6. So maybe it's time to check d takes e5. In any case, the situation is equal like in other variations, so that's not a trap. No, just a natural move with taking the hanging pawn. Okay, it's a question of the opening style and previous preparation, so I'm not determined in this continuation of the game, I'm just asking myself. As for the third board, let's look at that. Nestor Farseni plays white and Amin Tabatabai plays black, as I said before. And that was the variation with knight d5 and this trade-off and all this line before the bishop b7 was forced, and I played it a lot of times for black. Firstly, I loved the situation. Secondly, I lost one decisive game, and it was an accident because this game was so important, and I lost it. How I lost it, you cannot imagine. My opponent has a5 opportunity. All his pieces were aiming at the h7 square. Knight, bishop, queen, rook on the third rank goes here, and I decided no, 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 no. So it was interesting experience, but never, never I will choose this variation again. But of course, the variation is okay. It was my mistakes in the game, not variation is okay. So bishop d3, it's a common reroute to change the diagonal because, as I said before, h7 pawn is the most weakness in the black's camp because nobody is ready to protect it. In this game, knight f6 was played, but that's dangerous. At least in my experience, this was dangerous. After the e5, all these diagonals opening, knight g5 with the queen on the e4, and rook on this third rank, so like no. It's interesting to looking like a commentator, but I would never use it my own games. Thank you. This experience was enough. So rook f goes to e1, h6, a5, pawn break this pawn chain a6. It was playing so quickly. As you can see, the time in the clock of black is 1 hour and 44 minutes. So we are not get used to these numbers because usually every game is started with 90 minutes, 90 minutes, 1 hour and 30 minutes. But this particular tournament is different, it's a traditional, so as you know, it's a 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. And first Karpov tournaments started like many years ago. And the time control was 100 minutes by default, 50 minutes more after the 40 moves, and 30 seconds by increment, but I'm not sure about 30 seconds increment because the first tournaments was in 20, how it called? So 20 years ago, yep. And as for electronic clocks in that time, no, it wasn't discovered for this moment. So that's the reason maybe why this time control is so great, because in earlier years there were not time increment after every move. It was just 100 minutes and 50 minutes after 50 minutes after the 40 moves, yep. But right now we have a time increment after every move. So everything has changed. In any case, after the trade-off on b6, we have an interesting pawn structure. Of course, before pawn is a weakness, because this pawn stays in the semi-open file, and black has a great opportunity to attack it with doubled pawns on the d file. As for a6 pawn, technically, it's an isolani. Yep, but right now all these pawns, both pawns d4 and a6, are not so bad. In the end game, usually in this pawn structure, end games are better to the black, because black has a passed pawn right here, and this pawn is a weakness. But the difference is so small that the evaluation is 0.1, so nothing special. Rook a b1 with a skewer, so if you have a chance to develop your rook with a tempo, why not? And queen goes to a5, blocking the pawn and gaining the space. Computer said that this pawn center, is guarded by the minor pieces, so everything is under control for the both opponents. So this pawn is protected, this pawn is protected, and if we don't want to play e5 right now, everything is very strong and reliable. For example, bishop c6. I don't know the purpose of the move, but computer recommends it, so let's check. Rook b6, bishop b5. Sacrifice everything. For what purpose? Rook fb8, computer says, is a draw, is a draw, is a draw. As for me, white has an extra pawn, so that's the point to think one more time, because in games of human beings, not on engines, the extra pawn is a great psychological advantage, because you have a chance to exchange a lot of pieces and trying to transform the position onto a pawn's endgame, so very strange decision of the engine. In any case, right now, black hasn't to sacrifice something. They had the chance just to develop their rook, rook c8, maybe potentially rook c6. White has a small initiative connecting with this pawn and the good queen on a5. But the whole evaluation is 0.0 and you cannot change something in this question. As for the fourth board, let's look at that. Ike Martirosyan plays white, Francisco Vallejo Pons plays black, and after rook e1, it was a queen b8. Yep, I said you in our previous analysis that right now computer is sure that queen b8, is a top engine move. Maybe there are multiple ideas of this move. Firstly, queen goes away from this problem with discovered attack of bishop, as we realized in our previous analysis. So a4 computer recommends to play. As for ideas of queen b8, maybe that's preventing of bishop f4, because this diagonal is very comfortable for this minor piece, so why not? Right now queen is preventing everything. As for other things, for example, knight d5 is not so aggressive right now, because all squares is protected. Of course, taking by the pawn, it's a bad decision, very bad. You know, usually during the game, when your king stays in the center, you will try to close the center, not open it. But in any case, it's possible to take it by the bishop or just ignore after the bishop d6. So right now, this diagonal belongs to the black. That makes their position easier to defense. After the a4, it will be trade-off on a4, and right now this queen is useful because b2 pawn is interesting to aiming it. Anyway, right now the evaluation is plus 0.3, so that's nothing. This is no advantage of somebody. From the first side, of course, it looks like white has a development advantage, but the engine, sure, that's not. The 66% of the game unfolds with a4 move. So b takes a4, knight takes a4, and what will be in the next time of choice? Bishop d6. Right now, queen is protecting this bishop. It's very comfortable, because all the variations with discovered attack doesn't exist. So the next plan of black is knight f6 or knight e7. Knight e7 is more reliable, knight f6 is more aggressive, and maybe short castling. Maybe e5 with blocking everything. Maybe what's else? Right now this pawn on h2 is hanging firstly. So Queen b8 is a good opportunity in these opening variations. So if you learn chess with our streams, you may remember that idea with lining up a battery, with protecting b5 square, with going away from the problems on d8. And let's have a look at the fifth board. So right now Malakhov Vladimir plays white and Shamsidin Vahidov plays black. It was an English opening with, firstly it was unharmonious position. We discussed it. You remember that with pawns d2, e3, f4, f2, g3, h2. But right now, after b3 and d3, everything is right. Everything is right because squares from the different colors is controlled. c5 was played by the black, and right now it's time to finish the development. So dark fianchetto in the queen side, a4, preventing the majority offensive on the queen side with b5, and knight b5. Let's discuss it. It's a top engine move, so computer do agree with Vladimir Malakhov that knight b5 is a strong move right here. But as for me, it's unclear, because usually we don't like the doubled pawns. And it looks like after the knight b5 and trade-off here, this pawn is problematic. For example, knight e5 and this pawn is hanging. What will be next? Trade-off on e5, one more trade-off, and d4. Okay, takes by the queen. This rook is hanging, this pawn is isolated. Rook a7, for example. And queen d3. So there is a fourth sequence of moves. In the end of the variation, this pawn will be protected by the queen. Interesting. So in this pawn scheme, a7 pawn is the backward pawn because rook is attacking it. What else? d5 pawn is isolani, and computer said that's enough compensation of every side, so the evaluation is 0.2. But really, the meanings is not so different from my previous statement. So, in any case, after the knight b5, bishop e7 was played by the black. So, bishop goes away from the trade-off, and the whole situation is really solid. As for idea with d4, it's interesting thing, because right now it's an attempt to create a pawn structure with hanging pawns to our opponent. For example, if black ignore everything, it will be knight e5, not capture on c5. It will be knight e5, computer says. So that's so better to take it firstly. Knight f take d4. I don't know, from the first sight it looks like the position is better for the white, because black has an isolani in the center of the board, and the square in front of the isolani is the square belongs to the white in 100%, because pair of knights come here and, place with all their stuff. So knights are very solid. Computer recommends to black make one more trade-off, and after the sorry, it's a pin, so bishop should pace here, and that's an extra pawn on b5, but rook goes to a2, and that's a compensation. So today the officially third time when computer recommends to play a middle game, equal middle game, but without or with extra pawn. And he says, like, who cares of extra pawns? The evaluation is 0.0. But as for me, extra pawns mean something. Especially when we speaking about the 8th round of 9 in the very, responsible tournament. Of course, you can sacrifice everything. But if your opponent will find a chance to capitalize it, it will be a great blunder. So no, I don't believe him. That idea is strange. And this pin is strange. What do you think about rook e1 right here? Yep, maybe it's so easier to play, We just going away from this diagonal, and right now d4 idea will be going without some troubles with tactical shots on these diagonals. It's so easier continuation that I recommend you to play like here. So it's a way to avoiding problems with spin and skewers. If opponent's piece aiming at you strong somebody. So just go away, go away. And this position is stable, static, so do not rush. Just go away from this diagonal, and d4 will be better, I think. So that's my advice. Of course, it's a joke, because it's not my advice, it's just for the question for the engine, why we cannot, and the answer is we can. So it's not an advice. But I would play rook e1, yep, because I a prophylaxis girl. I like when everything going without an extra stress. As for the second board, Artemiev Vladislav plays with Sargsyan Shant, I want to remind you. And after the knight f6, I gave a question in the air. Why? Why this pawn is hanging on e5? Why nobody, I don't know how it called. Why nobody feel nervous because of these hanging pawns? Maybe in this game, I said before, it will give capture on the e5, just to understand why this pawn is hanging and black doesn't try to protect it. So yes, my prediction and my question was right, because in this game d takes e5 was played. D takes e5, knight takes e5. So the responses of black was so quickly, and right now that was the first time. Then Shant Sargsyan started to think. He spent 2 minutes and decided to play short castling. Right now we have this position after the e3. So the evaluation of computer is 0.0, but as for me, extra pawn is extra pawn. So rook e8 is a top engine move, knight f3, bishop f5. Computer is sure that black has enough compensation for all these material things, but we'll look at that, but only after the short break, because right now the first hour of playing have passed, and it's time to take a break, because our schedule says us that. So, see you in 10 minutes. If I am right, it's a second draw for today. They discussed it, right? Yep. Maturasian hike and Valleja Pon Francisco right here fixed a draw after the a4, so yep. They put the pieces in the initial position. How? Stop, do it, please. To make my prediction more rightly, so the rest of the game should finish with a resultative result. You know what I mean. With victory somebody. Why it's the next day of draws? Stop do this. I want to intense battles with sacrifices, with attacks, blunders, interesting decisions. Where you go? Oh. In any case, after the 1 hour and 11 minutes, 3 games left. As for the second board, we discussed it just before the break. It was a sacrifice a pawn for black. So black sacrificed. It means it's for black or of black. Prepositions is my weak place, you know, in English language. It's easy to make a mistake, so I will show it with gestures and mimics, emotions. This game was discussed by us, me and you, but I'm speaking out loud with myself. Who cares? You know, just a way to talking with clever person. Okay, c takes d5 short castling and e3. So right now computer said that the compensation in this position is enough. So 0.0 in any case after the rook e white, rook e8. What's the difference? 8 white. The main point is not the white. 8. So bishop f6 potentially, queen d6, what else, c6 with a trade-off here to develop this knight in the center. This bishop goes to f5 in some variations, so every minor pieces of black has a way to develop. So maybe this game will be more aggressive, because black sacrificed the pawn, and right now they will looking for a compensation with a good development in the center, with the bishops here and knight here and rook in the semi-open file. It's like a gambit. But that's not a, official gambit, because statistics says that there is no game in this particular position in the master's database. But potentially it's a gambit, I think. As for the third board, after the queen a5 right here, in the game between Nezra Farseni and Tabatabai Amin, black responds with rook a c8. Usually computer did the opposite ways. He goes to the rook. He takes a rook from f8 to put it into the open file. But right here maybe that's not a big difference. So rook b6 for example, rook c6 takes, and takes here. In the end, we have a nice line pawn, so this variation in black's favor. So, about this trade-off I'm not sure, but what will be after the rook b goes to b1 with doubling here? So, rook takes b6, queen takes b6, computer has the evaluation in black's favor. Okay, so that's the fork, takes, and it looks like a draw in any case, because even if this pawn on d4 we lost this pawn structure in the one flank. So right now it's good time to... I lost my train of thought. Sometimes it's happened. This train was lost, me was lost, everything was lost. Good. Let's find it again. So, this endgame with a worse pawn structure connected with this pawn means nothing, because even without this pawn, for example, this pawn is disappeared just, in air. Nothing happened, that's a draw. Of course, I would not be so sure if I should play this position with a grandmaster, But speaking about the equal participants of the tournament, this position is drawish. So maybe it's hard to realize, but I think that this position leads to the draw. In our close future, it was the opposite of my desire to this round, because I expected great things, as I said a lot of times, but we should, agree with truth. And the truth is, right now, everything goes to some trade-offs, and after that to the endgame with equal numbers of pawns. As for the fifth board, different colors bishops. Malachov Vladimir plays white, Vahidov Shamsidin plays black. And the last move was bishop c3. So after the trade-off here, because what else? Yep, trade-off was on the board. 0.0 in any continuation. Because, the drawish endgame is an endgame with different color bishops, and nobody has a weaknesses. For example, rook c4, trading one more pair of their rooks. Bishop b5, blocking this pawn. Really? Black hasn't the chances to trying to promote something. Let's check it. Rook b8, for example. Are you blocking? Rook b4, going away, a4. Rook d1 with an idea of check and staying behind the pawn, so no. Impossible. Missions, impossible. And right now, just before the something with offering a draw, white has a 1 hour and 30 minutes. Oh, sorry, black has 1 hour and 30 minutes. Only 10 minutes have passed, and game is finishing, so everything is going to the draw. Attacking on f7. Okay, maybe. So that's not a big difference about the particular moves. Rook e7, for example. And going away to blocking pawn or something else. In any case, every pawn of white is protected, there are no weaknesses of everybody, so I don't know how it can unfold, with risky continuation. No. Computer said that after bishop f6 and h4, it will be the evolution 0.1, not 0.0. No, right now 0.0 in any case. Okay, it's a boring game, and my prediction is a draw after 10 minutes. So, yep, right now I'm making a predictions not in the number of moves, but with the number of minutes. Right now, even without 10 minutes, they analyzing everything. My prediction was shortly than I expected, but in any case, it's a draw. The third draw for today. Hey, where my intrigue? I want to find something intense. Maybe the last game will be, bright like a diamond or something like that. Because right now, free game have passed for the hour and 20 minutes. Every next round and every next record. But to be honest, we cannot be sure before the end of the last game for today, so let's check everything one more time. As for the second board, Shansar Ksana is thinking after the e3. What about e3? Right now there is no games in this position, e3 is one of the options, and bishop f6. The evaluation is 0.0 after the knight g3. Bishop takes g3, queen takes g3, queen takes d5. Computer found a way to make the number of pawns equal. Okay, good to him. But as for me, I want to find a variation when I will try to keep the extra pawn and capitalize it in future somehow. For example, knight f3. Okay, c6. d6, sacrificing. No, I want to play with an extra pawn. Check, computer says. Check, computer says. And it was a blunder because of the check and all this stuff. Sorry, not king c2. I agree with you totally. Let's play bishop d2. Knight c6. Oh, that's scary for me. This pawn is hanging. Rook b1. I will fight without till the end. One more attack. Got it. So the compensation inactivity is so big that it looks like white should sacrifice this pawn back, and the number of the pawns will be equal after the c6. Or rook e8 with the c6, bishop f5. So black doesn't want to trade the queens. Something has happened. So, okay, for example, just for example, as a commentator, I have the right to check these lines. For example, I want to keep my extra pawn. Bishop c4, for example. So you want to take it back? No, short castling. Knight a6, knight c5, c6. c6 is more easy. d6. d6 means d6. So right now maybe that's more interesting because black needs time to attack this pawn one more time, and it's time to, I don't know what, double the major pieces in the d file. But right now the evaluation in white's favor. So c6 wasn't so good. Knight a6, the top engine move. Computer says d6. Just sacrifice it back, please, until the position is equal. Because if you will try to keep it, how? You should clear the d1 square for the rook. But as for queen e2, it's not so good decision. But yep, it's a blunder one more time because this pair of bishops is so good, Got it. I understand everything. I'm a clever person. So right now, white should take it back for some trade-offs and goes to the draw position. One more draw position. No. After the rook a c8, Arseny Nesterov plays rook a1. What about rook c6? Of course, rook a8, it will be the repetition. That good. What about rook c6? Oh, knight e5 with a tempo. And black should return to the c8, and knight can return too. But what about knight d6, for example, attacking this weak pawn? Oh, queen c5 gives white a great advantage, not great advantage, but 0.8. How? Let's analyze it. Opportunity. So queen c5, queen takes c5, d takes c5, and c6 is a threat, but rook should go away, and f3 with a pawn chain, and c6, and bishop takes here, and rook takes on the pin. So. After the rook a1, it seems like 3 times repetition, because, as computer says, rook c6 is losing the game, because after king e5 you should return, but after that it will be repetition. As for rook b6 and rook d6, it's so bad moves as for him. because of the idea with queen c5 generally. So, for example, rook returns and knight returns to protect the d4 pawn, of course. And right now, this is a potentially threat. Is this a threat? Let's check it. For example, queen d8, I don't know. Bishop a6, the threat? No. Or yes. Rook a8 takes. What's happening? Why the top engine move right here is bishop takes a8? Queen c7. A rook, bishop, and a pawn against a queen, and the evaluation is 0.0. Funny thing. Let's look at the position. Maybe the next move will show us something. What about queen a8? You know, to line up a battery and attacking the central pawn. Maybe e5, knight h7, and bishop a6, right? It's a pin, so after the bishop takes f3, it will be bishop takes c7. Very problematic. Not very problematic, 0.0. You get used to this 0.0 evaluation, right? Takes, queen a3, queen a6, whatever, it's 0.0 with a perpetual check one more time, because black has nothing more than perpetual check because of a threat of queen f1 and queen g2. So that's time to fix the draw. I don't know. Yesterday Aminta Batabai played with Vladislav Artemiev, and I remember that he declined the draw 2 times. After that, on the 3rd time, the draw was fixed. But in any case, Aminta Batabai, as the leader of the tournament, doesn't like to draws by 3 times repetition. But as for this particular case, maybe it's better to attempt. It's a different word. Accept. So we will know that after the next response right here. Computer says that rook a1 leads us to the draw because the evaluation right here is 0.0. 0.0. I really scary these numbers. Maybe sometimes I have a dream in the night about 0.0. I like, no, not again, please. So you feel that. After the bishop c4, black responds knight d7. The idea is easy, you know, plays knight b6 and attack this isolated pawn, because e4 is impossible, but computer says that right now white has a small advantage after the bishop d3. Because right now bishop returned and this pawn is keeping in the center. For example, the top engine move with plus 0.2 is bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, knight c5, queen c4, and this pawn is protected by the queen. Queen d6, for example, short castling. What? No, bishop b2 was in the different variation, so do not react. Rook f e8, bishop d2 with the idea of pin, rook e4, knight d4, b5. Oh my god. Queen b5, bishop d4, e takes d4, rook takes d4. This pawn is hanging, but this bishop is better. Rook takes d5, and right now the evaluation is plus 0.4. Hard to calculate, but maybe from this moment, you know, in 8 moves ahead, this position will happen. Right now, look like the bishop d3 is the only move for the black. And what will be after the knight b6? E4, rook e8, short castling. And right now is a healthy extra pawn in white's favor. So, it's really a time to finding an advantage. Computer says like plus 0.2. But you know, small step, but useful. Right now I'm interpreted by thinking. So if something will happen here, I will tell you, because one of my eyes is looking for the surnames, you know. Orange color in lichess shows us whose turn in this position. So if something happened, I will see it first. And right now I want to analyze this position more, because extra pawn means extra pawn. So what about bishop g4, for example, with a pin? Just going away with a counter threat h6. The evaluation is getting more in this variation. Short castling, knight b6, e4, e4. If you did this move on time, d4 move, it's not so easy to defend. Of course, this pawn structure near the king is awful, but who cares if we have so strong center of pawns? Bishop e5, for example, with the idea of queen h4, f4 the only move, queen h4 in any case, with the threat of the perpetual check by this square, so f3 the only move, bishop f4. And right now the number of pawns is equal, but the pawn structure of white is better. Let's look at this variation again. So right now, short castling, for example. Yeah, good decision. So you have different possibilities, and queen c2 not the only move in this position, so short castling is working, because right now after the short castling you are ready to play e4. That's the main point right now, because after the e4 the pawn on d5 will be protected by the pawn chain. Knight e5, for example, bishop e2 takes with this bishop and queen from e3, protecting everything. So rook e8, e4. After the e4, all the problems back, and the healthy extra pawn on the f file is, you know, alive. So that's the difference. Computer was sure that knight d7 is not a good move. c6 is so interesting. For example, takes in this same moment. But what about short castling? I just want to check this variation in every continuation. a5, maybe with the idea of b5 and a4. Takes right now. Queen d1, even with king on g1, this idea is working. Knight c6. So of course it seems scary. Maybe a3. a4, knight f5, rook c8, bishop a4, e4 I mean. All minor pieces of black has their own business in the center, so that's compensate the pawn. The compensation is so enough in this position, minus 0.1. Bishop takes on d3 in the game. Yep, it was predictable. Artemy Vladislav is thinking, is his style, you know, he's checking a lot of times everything that he can check. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he has at time troubles like in every game, but you know, every chess player has his own style, and it will be strange to give some advices in this situation, because his rating is higher than mine in more than 600s. It means something. Yep, so I'm just a commentator. I'm just looking at the boards and trying to explain to you how it works. So that's all. Okay. Trade-off on d3, and right now hard time for black to, you know, prove that their sacrifice of pawn was comfortable. Was was right. Computer said that's right now the top engine move. Interesting. It's an trick. So my t-shirt is black, my pen is black, and my headphones is black. So right now I'm a part of the background sometimes, yep. And when I open my pen and go to the air, you know, the same color, so it doesn't. The pen is disappearing from my hand. Whatever, it was just a small detail of our environmental. As for this particular case, time to prove that this sacrifice was right. Computer says that the top engine move right here is knight e8. You know, with the idea of preventing e4, of course, because e4 is a great blunder because of the double attack. So, short castling. What's next? Knight c5 maybe? Queen c4. Queen d6. Rook c... Here is a threat. Yep. Sometimes it's a problem with pronouncing the letters and the numbers. So I will show you everything with the arrows. Good, you know, program chess. I want to do it. I wanna use it with the arrows here. So rook e4, the queen is hanging. For example, rook d1 protecting the pawn. c6 with a pin. Rook b1 with b4 and bishop b2 idea. Rook a c8 with the threat of the discovered attack somehow. Really, it's hard to understand for me, but computer is sure that the compensation exists. I really do not understand where is this compensation. Show me, please. So my offer was d takes e5, you know, to show it in the board how it works. But right now it looks like I was right. There is no enough compensation, as a human being at least. So. Right now, Sham Sargsyan, you look him in the cameras from the tournament hall, so he has 1 hour and 7 minutes in his clock. And it's time to analyze the whole position. So, knight has a lot of opportunities, e5, c5, b6, but none of them helps to take this pawn back. This is extra pawn in the center, e4 is the main opportunity, so what else? For example, I like rook e8, the short castling is predictable. Queen e7 is the second idea, you know, to clear the d8 square for the rook. Got it, for example, bishop d2. After the bishop b2, it will be a skewer and this pawn. What about this pawn? One more question. Have I right to take it? After the rook b7 it will be knight b6 and rook is got trapped, right? Knight c5, knight c5. Nothing. This idea was strange because nobody can attack it. But as for the forced double attack here, yep, it's a great opportunity of black. So. Right now, after bishop d2, it will be an equal number of the pawns. It seems like it's my goal, you know, to find finally the variation with an equal number of the pawns. But you know, my knowledge about strategic in chess is so limited, and in my mind, equality is a position when we have an equal number of pawns. An imbalanced position is a position with a different number of pawns. Of course, it's working not like that. But you know, reflexes. Reflexes, it's a significant part of every human being, so I cannot change something in my mind. So I just explain to you how it works inside me. The third board, nothing happened after the rook a1, so Aminta Batabai is thinking for the last 20 minutes, because he doesn't want to fix the draw, but he hasn't other options after the rook a1. You know the difference between attacking these pawns from a1 and from b6. The difference is big totally. Rook b6 gives black opportunity to play rook c6, and right now the position is different because this move doesn't exist. This rook is hanging. But if white decided to attack this pawn from the a file, rook c6 is prohibited because of the check. Of course, you have an opportunity to return back. Oh, interesting fact. If you put your mouse in the surname of participant, you will see his results in this tournament. So right now, Aminta Batabai has plus 15 points of the rating in this tournament. Oh, he's ready to make a move. What it was? Rook a1, rook f d8. He decided to sacrifice something, right? Let's check. Bishop a6, rook a8, computer says, and this variation with, different number of the queens in the end. But it will be very interesting game in this variation, because white has rook, bishop and a pawn against the whole queen. So maybe it will be in the game. And the whole process of commenting will be more interesting with these types of position. So I'm not determined, but maybe. As for other options for white right here, I don't know. Computer recommends to play h3. You know, Luft is a useful thing in any case, so do it when you have a time. Why not? Rook a3, protecting the third rank and preparing for the doubled rook here. Maybe it's interesting. You know, if your rook will be doubled on a file, this idea with bishop a6 will be stronger. For example, rook a3. Computer says that it's time to black to looking for a counter threat. Otherwise, this idea will be very dangerous for him. So, queen a8 with that idea, and after that you have time to take this pawn. Bishop takes e4 in this particular case isn't working. Why? To be honest, why? We had the variations when the ruined pawn structure near the king was I understand the difference. Of course, right now rook stays on d8. It means that after bishop takes c8, this rook will be hanging. So these variations with all this stuff with rook f8 is working, but with rook d8 not. So right now this situation in the board, and it's time to do something. Computer says make a Luft. Okay, computer likes prophylactic variations. It's his style, h3 or even h4, going from the king, because there are a lot of major pieces in the position. Maybe Luft will save your life, who knows? Save will save your life. That's a big difference between save and save. Move and move. I hate this pronunciation of English language when the end of the word, change his sense. But who cares? Rules, it's rules. So h3 is good variation. Rook a3 with potential rook a1, but h3, maybe I would play h3, to make the position safer, more safe. Yep. The evaluation is plus 0.1 and nothing have changed. But white has some interesting plans for their major pieces and king. Black has obvious target d4 square and d4 square. So everything is everything stick to the initial plan. So, rook e8 was played in this game, in the game between Artemiev Vladislav and Sargsyan Shant, and I'm 100% sure that right now will be a short castling move, because it's so natural to go in away from the semi-open file when the opponent's rook trying to create a pin for us, especially in case when e4 is our main idea. So short castling is predictable. Maybe knight c5 with preventing e4 opportunity. Okay, after the queen c4, knight e4 is interesting, b6 is interesting, so different preparations to the rook e4. Yep, short castling was played in the board. My prediction was right as usual. And right now it's time to find a way to develop other pieces. So knight c5. You know, if you doesn't play c5, for example, you played knight b6, after the e4, white has a strong pawn center, a healthy extra piece, and ideas of continue the development with at least rook b1 and bishop f4. It's so easy to capitalize this type of advantage, so that's maybe better to prevent the opponent to play e4. Honestly speaking, when we're looking at this position, the opening choice seems strange, because black decided to sacrifice a pawn on the e5, and after the opponent took this pawn, there is a question, so what we should do next? The sacrifice looks strange in this particular case with fifth move of black. So there are a lot of ways to answer. For example, e4, you know, keeping this pawn without a problem, or c6 with a counter threat, and maybe knight d7, or even exchange here. So there were a lot of opportunities to keep the equal number of pawns in the board, but knight f6 is a sacrifice. Okay, but if you sacrifice something, you should be sure of the, you know, consequences or circumstances. I forget the difficult English words sometimes, but you understand. You're responsible for the events that will be later. So it's strange when after this sacrifice it's something. What we will do next? Bishop f5, then equality. Maybe I'm not so fair with, you know, evaluation of the reason to prefer this variation. So before bishop c4, for example, it was the opening theory and it was the top engine moves. The whole sentence of moves was top engine. Only right here in the 11th moves, computer says that knight d7 is not our plan. Not our plan because of bishop d3. So a5 gives the evolution of 0-0, knight a6, bishop e4. Even if this move looks very strange for us, bishop e4 is working too, but not knight d7. If this knight did not interfere this bishop, this queen I mean, so let's start the sentence from the beginning because I mixed up everything. If this knight didn't interfere the queen on the d file, the idea with bishop d3 would be prohibited. Yep, because for example black played something and bishop d3, so this pawn is hanging, nothing is working. But right now knight stays in the wrong time, in the wrong place, and that's the difference. So in any case, in this particular game, after the short castling, queen e7 was played. Queen e7 is one of the engine's suggestions, so everything is right for the both opponents. The evaluation is plus 0.3, and computer said that the top engine move right here is a bishop d2 with sacrifice a pawn back. Of course, after this sacrifice, rook has no right to take this pawn on b7 because of the idea with knight c5. But bishop b4 is a starting of great attack, maybe in the center or in the king side. So you should be careful. Or not. Trade-off, trade-off. Rook f goes to c1. This is a backward pawn, so bishop d8. Everything is, how it called? Everything is hanging by a thread. Yep, in black's position. I hope you estimate what's a good phrase I found to describe you the whole situation. The position is hanging by a thread for the black. One mistake and it's over. So bishop on d8 shows you that it's not so simple. For example, bishop c5, trade-off here. This space in the center in white's favor. b6 is a checkers, but this pawn is hanging. You should do this. Maybe it's chance to create an attack. So you should be careful when you will try to take the pawn back, because some variations, like I like, lead us to the problem. I mean, lead blacks to the problem. So. Right now it's time to think, and after the bishop takes b2, rook b1, computer says that the evolution is half of a pawn in white's favor. But the top engine move right here is bishop e5. Takes. Taking by the queen is not so good because it's losing at tempo. And after knight e5, I have only one question. No, I haven't any questions. Queen b3, for example, and b6. The whole pawn structure, you know, have a questions. Or the whole pawn structure is had questions. Whatever, I have a question when I see this pawn structure, I mean. But in any case, this knight in the center is good. f4 idea isn't working because of the backward pawn on the e-file. So c7 pawn is a weakness, but there are enough rooks to protect everything. Maybe that's okay for them. After the bishop d2, computer recommends to play not only bishop takes b2, maybe knight b6 firstly, with the idea of rook d8, and in case that e4 is prohibited, white should looking for other ways to protect everything. For example, rook ac1 with a counter threat on c7 potentially. But right now this pawn is hanging without questions. Rook a3 and rook goes to d6, so it's a blockade. No, black has enough chances to find the counter threats if they decided to do it. So, as for other opportunities, for example, bishop d2, white doesn't like. I don't know why, but in this case, a4 is the second line to attacking this knight from the b6. Queen e4. For what purpose? Why we decided to exchange the pieces without a pawn? Attacking. Rook b4 with counter threat. Knight b6 with counter threat. And knight takes d5. And the number of pawns is equal in the end of the variation, so it requires so much calculations, you know, to decide, choose this variation. But all the opportunities exist in the board, and that's enough to happy for black, I think. Right now, Vladislav Artemiev is thinking, and my prediction that will be a long time. As for the third board, after the rook d8, Arseny Nesterov responds to h3 with a luft for the king, so computer recommended to do the same thing, and right now, yep, the evaluation is equal. After the queen a8 with lining up a battery, it will be something interesting here. Something interesting. d5. takes e5. It was in one of my games when the opponent sacrificed the pawn to play e5. So knight e4, and what's the purpose? Make it clear for me, please. I understand nothing. Maybe it's time to take this pawn back? Bishop takes a6, queen takes a6, queen takes a6, rook takes a6, and I don't know, in this particular case, black has an isolated pawn. Maybe. And the evaluation is 0.0, rook d6. Trading, rook d8, knight d4, rook d6, knight f4. Computer shows that this position, even without a pawn, is equal and drawish. As for human beings... Stop. Maybe I understand everything. Rook d7, or rook is something, and rook e5. So the main idea is double attack, or in this particular moment, rook takes d5 and knight e7. So that's the reason why king should go away, and in any case, knight's here, because that's a pin. But it was a calculation in 11 moves ahead. 11 just heard this number. But in any case, in the end of the variation, it will be a draw, 0.0. But so hard to calculate, and computer can do that. And right here, he suggests to play d5 with, the idea of rook e5 after 10 moves. As for human being, I'm not sure that human beings are really possible to calculate some long and complicated variations, because if they have this possibility, I think arbiters should came closer and ask, do you not a cheater? Please answer me, honestly, because these variations is a style of an engine, not of a human. But I want to ask, of course, rook d6 is prohibited because of the fork. Rook c6 is prohibited because of knight e5. What else? Queen a8 and queen b8, computer recommend. What about queen knight d7? Right now it's not working. No, the same ideas with the queen against the rook, bishop and the pawn. Very dangerous in the tournament when you play the 8th round, and yesterday was the 7th round, and tomorrow will be the 9th round. How predictable. Yep, it was an important information for you, to orientate in data of the tournament. Good for me. So, in any case, after the h3, all the threats with back rank checkmates disappears, so it's a total equality with 0.0, and maybe today will be 5 draws, so it's not exception of the rules. Right now the theory was finished, right now finished 2. So everybody played with his own styles and calculations. After the queen e7, I have a question. If I, for example, playing white, would prepare my main idea connected with e4. Knight c5, trying to block this pawn, queen c4 and knight e4. If knight stays on e4, everything is good for the black, because the rook and the bishop on the long diagonal is a good piece. This lazy bishop is sleeping because he should protect this square. And as for the black, they have a plans connected with attacking d5 pawn in the center. So maybe today will be 5 draws more, and I really hope that it's just in my brain, so not in reality, because I want to see something intense. Imенно, there is no word imенно in the English language, but you feel this desire. So, after the Queen e7. Right now, Artemy Vladislav has only half hour in his clock and he played Bishop d2. It's a top engine move today. It's a top engine move. But after knight b6, this pawn is losing forced, and white hasn't chances to keep it because the idea with rook d8 is a more important threat, and you should react to this plan with winning the central pawn. As for this situation after h3, Aminta Batabai is thinking, so every game is under control, the both positions are equal, and it means that it's time to take a break for us, because 2 hours have passed, 3 games have finished, 2 games left, and we will continue in 10 minutes, as usual. Let's continue our stream. I ate a great thing of chocolate, and it was enough for happiness. So I think our stream will be getting, happier from this moment, because my life is perfect for this particular moment. As for the chess games, the third board, Nestor Farseni takes the a6 pawn. It's a latest news from the chess world. After the h3, it was queen a8 and bishop takes a6. The only idea for black, to find something interesting, it's knight takes e4. Because as for other opportunities, this is a pin. So right now, bishop takes e4, of course, is prohibited. In this moment, bishop takes c8, rook is hanging, trade-off, rook c8, and right now, white has an extra material. So that's the reason why after bishop a6, knight e4 is the only move to do something interesting. For example, bishop b7, queen b7. The idea of computer is queen a7, so that's a threat. Black has only two ideas: knight d6, protecting the queen, or exchange in this moment. So in any case, after that we will have the drawest end game, because all pawns stays in the one flank, and of course that's an isolated pawn, but who cares? Even without this pawn at all, it will be a draw. Maybe. Maybe not. Good news that I don't play it. That it's not my job. Knight e5. Knight e5 is enough, so knight e5 with a threat. Knight d4, it's an exchange. Knight f8. With knight f8, black hasn't got an advantage. 100%. So. As for the second option for this moment, it's queen b6 with a threat of the bishop and a threat of the exchange, and this knight is hanging. After the knight d6, for example, it will be discovered attack from the rook. So queen b7, knight b7, rook a7, and it's easy to fix. Even for me, not against the top-level grandmaster, not. I have a suggestion that even with, pawns on e3, c5 and b6, it would be hard to play against grandmaster, but potentially in the game with equal participants, equal opponents, that will be a draw. Computer totally agrees with me, so he says that bishop b7 and rook a7 or rook b6 with next all this stuff, rook a6, the knight is hanging, so queen d5 is the only move, rook a5, queen d6, so trade off, and this endgame in any case, so doesn't matter what will be the specific move, because the whole result of the forced sequence of moves, it is in the board. So two rooks and one knight, and white has an isolated pawn, but it's not enough to thinking about the victory. So right now it will be a draw, 95%. That's the reason why I want to switch the board to this one. Artemy Vladislav in the second board plays with Shan Sargsyan. And Shan Sargsyan, his last move was knight b6. As we discussed before, so right now the b file is interfered by the knight, and the idea with bishop b2 is serious thing. So rook d8 and bishop takes b2. As for the ideas, for example, computer prefers to play rook c1 with the idea of creating a counter threat right now, but the pawn is hanging. After the bishop b2, the number of pawns will be equal. Yep, that was my main thought, like how we can find the variation. with equalizing a number of pawns. And right now it was in the game finally for black. But some kind of advantage in this situation exists after the rook c2, bishop a3 with bishop d6. As human being, I'm not sure. For example, computer says the top engine move right here is bishop a5. Okay, what's next? I just want to block everything. Queen d3. Okay, what's next? This pawn structure is very reliable. Bishop protecting the backward pawn c7, so okay, I'm ready to agree that white has more space in the center, but generally it's not enough to create something. Rook a c1. Right now this position in the game, so that's a comfortable time to take this pawn on b2 back. Nestor Farseni thinking after the knight e4. Shans Roxana thinking after the rook c1. That's the position for this hour. You know, usually the third hour and the fifth hour, it's the boringest, I don't sure that word exists, whatever. So everybody has a lot of time to think, and they're thinking, calculating, lot of times. And like a commentator, I want to do something quicker or more intense. But right now, today, for example, today we haven't these problems at all. Right now it was queen b6. After the knight takes e4, it was queen b6. So there are only two moves to black to keep the good ratio of material for them. It's bishop takes a6 and knight d6. After all of this, it will be this endgame. After knight d6, 0.0, and after bishop takes a6, rook takes a6, the only move, rook a5. Of course, you have not the opportunity of staying here, for example, because after the trade-off this knight is hanging, so you should go away to the d6 and trade-off, and we have the same endgame in the end. Of course, if we comparing these two positions, like this position and this position, the last one is better for the black, because right now there is no threat with knight e5, because knight protects everything. But it's a draw in any case. Case. So I think it's a question of half of an hour. Okay, 40 minutes. Let's find an alarm. Right now it's 5 hours 18 p.m. So my prediction that in this game draw will be before the 6 a.m. 40 minutes. Let's check it. Let's check whether I feel the whole situation right. As you can see, Amin Tabatabai is ready to make the move. No, I have seen his hand in the air, so what it will do? I just had a question for myself, connecting with Discovery Tech, but maybe we will go away and this rook will open, and I said, like, Dasha, stop it. Dasha, stop it, because right now, yeah, black has to avoid these things with that exchange. So taking by the queen is possible, but maybe it's more interesting to put a major piece in the 7th rank. So takes, the only move. Yep, queen d6, exchange here, and the same result. Arseny took an a6 by the rook, and queen d5 was in the game. Predictable response, because it's the only one move here. As for next ideas, it can be... Oh, computer suggests to play knight e5. What about a pawn trade-off, and knight c6. With two threats in the same time, because pawn is hanging, the rook should stay on the fourth rank, like rook c4 or something like that, but after that there is a second double attack. So, for example, if white decided to put the traps, it's interesting idea with knight e5. But rook a4, rook a5 is more forced move, lead us to the draw end game. It depends on purpose. My prediction is rook a5. After the rook c1, Chansarksyan is thinking, and he has 48 minutes for this moment, so it will be hard situation. For example, if the third board will finish with a draw, and right now it will be a process of thinking for the next 40 minutes. So maybe I will dance or sing sad songs from a Titanic. I don't know what I will do in this sad moment, but I hope everything will be interesting. Yep. So, what's happening here? Time to make a choice. My prediction is rook a5 in any case, because white wants to fix the draw. It sounds like a line from the scene, right? From the song. No, maybe no. Maybe no, because world is big, there are a lot of songs in this world, maybe everything has a resemblance with one of the songs. Even the phrases from the chess dream. Yep. So right now 0.0 in the third place. And after rook d8, computer says that right now it's a great advantage of white after the queen b3. Oh, let's discuss it, because queen b3 is totally unclear for me. Queen b3 for what? For what? Rook takes d5 is a strange decision, because b7 pawn is hanging. So, throw it out from our mind. Rook d5 is better, but e4, that was the purpose of the whole variation. Okay, two types of continue. Not only one type of continue, because queen takes e4 is prohibited because of the skewer on the e file, right? So rook has to go away from the d5. For example, rook d8. And right now e5 is not working because of bishop takes e5, and after that pin it will be queen d6 with a 0.0. But there is an opportunity of a small silent move, rook e1, and right now this idea is created. For example, queen d7. I'm not sure. I want to check. e5, I want to take it by the... why not? Sorry. One more blunder from me. You know, it's my style. You'll get used to, as I said before. So, the main question in this situation. We are interested whether white will find the idea with queen b3, because really it seems difficult to find, very difficult to find, as for me at least. But as for me, I'm not a top-level grandmaster, I'm just a woman FIDE master, so of course everything in these games it's difficult for me. That's the reason why I am the commentator and they are participants of the strongest tournament in the year in Russia. So, after the rest of moves except of queen b3, the evaluation is equal. For example, e4 is a losing a pawn, what else? d6 is a sacrifice of the pawn, so it's not interesting. But queen b3 is a great idea. That's so subtle move, you know, with so legendary variation in the continuation of the game. So rook has to take here, because the idea with e4 are going with this move or without it. Are you sure? Maybe black has a chance to do something else? Queen d6, bishop b4. No, that's not a chance. So after the rook a d8, technically it's a blunder because the engine said it. As for human being, it's impossible to find this move in the real game. You know, it's in a situation when you don't know that you have such a great possibility. But computer helps me so much in this question. And right now I was surprised with this idea of queen b3, because it's really untypical decision, very untypical decision. So you're going away from the d file, and you want to play e4, and after that, no, that's the difference. After the rook d7, it will be e5. Bishop takes e5, rook e1, and right now the move queen d6 is prohibited because of attacking the pinned bishop on the e file. Yep, rook on d8 stays better because rook from d8 protected the rook e8. Yep, rook d8 is a blunder. So maybe it will be the first step to the winning if white found the variation with bishop with queen b3 right here, or it will be a pure draw if they do not, because the rest of the opportunities lead us to the strong draw. For example, queen c2 with a threat of counter-attack. Now knight takes d5 and nothing. e4 isn't working. There is a battery of black. But maybe, you know, method of accept the wrong moves, it may give us something. For example, if we count that the d5 pawn is lost in any direction, it will be logical to go away from the d file because rook is attacking our queen. So rook e2, rook b3, it's a good place for the queen potentially, because here nobody has a chance to attack the queen. Maybe it's possible in the game, I don't know. In the third board, right now it was rook a5, so my prediction was right. One more time. Only one today's prediction was wrong. It was connected with a resultive day. No, 3 draws for this moment, 3 draws so far, and the rest of the boards are going to, at least this particular board, going to the draw. So queen d6 was the only one. Queen d6, knight d6 is predictable, and everything. Yep. So 19 minutes in the white's clock. What it will be? Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. No futures, not ours to see. Que sera, sera. Yep, you know, associations in my mind. It's interesting, but not connected with the chess. So 0.0 in the most continuations, and only one gives white chances to looking for something, and this continuation with queen b3. Not easy to find at all, but this idea exists, and that's enough. Let's check one more time. Queen b3, rook takes b5, e4 the only move, rook d8 to protect this bishop or protect this rook. Potentially it's important. Why this pinned will start it? So rook f goes to e1. For example, if I want to block everything, of course it's a blunder for some reason. Bishop g5, this pawn is pinned. Takes, and rook c7. And black win the game. Oh, sorry, one win. Win one win. White wins the game. I wanted to... It was queen b3, right? It was the one. Yep. So, congratulations for Vladislav. He found the perfect idea of white. And that's the only move that gives white a chances to win the game. Yep. And it was. So maybe this day will be more resultative than yesterday and the day before yesterday. Before the day before yesterday it was a day off, so we haven't victories for a long time so far. You know, time to do something. Time. I want it. So queen b3. As for this game, knight takes on d6, 0.0 in any case, and right now, of course, everyone should be careful, because you should be careful for the whole period of your chess game. Till clock stopped, you should check everything a lot of times. Another good news for us, that this game will finish with a draw. As for this one, this game have great chances to show us something unpredictable. As for the next move of black, everything except of rook takes d5 looks strange. For example, we checked some of the variation right here. Queen d7. I don't know, white has a lot of space, and rook c5 computer recommends. Only one question, what will be after the bishop e7? Rook a5, computer says, what's a good square for the rook a5 for white's rook in the opening? So, in the other hand, why not? Arseny decided to play rook c5. Takes. c6, knight c5, rook c1, knight a6. Okay, potentially this pawn can be a weakness, but who cares, even without her it's a draw too. So, my prediction was a draw before the 6 p.m., right? They have a half of an hour to decide it. And we will know whether I am right in this evaluation of the future. But right here, it will not be a draw. It will be a fighting. So, rook d5. As for the situation, it's what will be if we want to, change these moves. For example, not e4 firstly and rook e1 secondly, and but in the different sequence of moves. For example, if we will start from the rook e1, c6, and all these problems with c file is stopped. e4. Rook b5 is a tempo. What the idea of defense? Got it. So that's the reason that you should be forcing. Takes. e4. Going away. Rook e1. So bishop e5 is prohibited. Bishop b4 is potentially a threat. The main threat right now is e5. What if I make a loop for my bishop? Oh, plus 3.4. He is insulting me like my suggestions is so awful. Okay, I know that sometimes it's significant part of mine, so stop being criticized. Let's check the next variation. So, e5, I just want to go away. And bishop g5 in any case. Bishop g5 is a threat. I do agree. He is right. So, yep. Queen b3. Right now they're thinking on the board with so much effort, but the position here is an end game with two rooks and a knight. Maybe my lack of knowledge in this particular end game gives me some, benefit, because I don't know about the traps or potential problems in the situation. For me, it's just a draw. But for them, maybe not. The idea of white is making more trade-offs. But you know that, for example, if two rooks will be exchanged, two pair of rooks, I mean, and this pawn on c-file will lost. So, for example, knight endgame with extra pawn usually is winning, even if the whole crowd of pawns stays in the one flank. So, who knows? I said it, that you should be careful. Yep. Rook c5. Rook c5 is a good idea, and computer recommends to do it. Takes, knight going away. We discussed it in the previous time, yep, that the resources of white is enough to protect this pawn. And on the c6, king. Firstly, win-win. Like right now, king. Maybe I'm started to be alien from the different universal and speaking like king. I'm not sure that I'm doing right now, because right now I confused all these words from language. Yep, I want to say king and say knight, and in the opposite side, and with white 8 and wine the same situation. So right now maybe it will be easier to show everything with the arrows, because really awful situation with mistakes in letters. Usually, when I teach students and they made mistakes in the letters, I told him like how you can mix the vertical A with vertical H. It's an easier thing. For example, if you play in white, A vertical is left one, H is right one. If you place black, everything is opposite, that's all. But they answer me like, Dasha, it's not so easy. And right now I'm in the situation when I mixed up, everything, including the words, letters, numbers. Last thing is remember my own name, and the other details is not so important. Okay. After the knight c5, black responds knight b7. Knight b7 to attack this rook on the center of the board. I don't know, maybe it's easier to trade off here and put the king closer to the center to protect this pawn. What do you think? For example, rook c8, and king just go to the center. Rook d1, staying here. King e2. What about king d3? Okay, you want to attack it, okay. Rook c1. I'm ready to interfere at these checks or attacks. So, firstly, computer doesn't like my ideas, but right here he's agreed with me. Rook b5 was in the game. It's a next offer of 3 times repetition, because after knight bd6 it will be rook c5. So, yep, everything will repeat in the board, and that's a comfortable time to do it. they made gestures by their hand in the same time, like huh, huh. And my first thought that it was an offer of a draw, but no, they continue to think like huh, huh, huh. I'm not sure about my thought of this subject, to be honest, because that's so subtle gesture with a head that who knows, maybe it was something else. Maybe it was just a, exercise for the neck. Because when you sit on the board, of course, your back and your neck are tired, and sometimes chess players make physical exercises with their arms, with their back, from the one side to the other side. It's a typical thing in the chess tournaments, so nobody is surprised to see that. I don't know what it was. It seems like an offer draw, but maybe no. And right now we are looking at the Shan Sargsyan, who is thinking about the next move for black. His situation is really problematic because the evaluation in this position is plus 0.6. He has 37 minutes, and of course it's a first time control. His opponent, Artemiev Vladislav, has 18 minutes in the clock. So right now, the third hour, as I said before, will be slowest, because so they're continuing the game, right? They are continuing. It was a first time repetition, but usually, as for Amin Tabatabai, usually he declined the 3 times repetition. Now he plays knight b7, rook b5. So after the knight d6 it will be the third time, right? There is a second opportunity of rook c7, of course, but what's for? So it's a draw or it is not a draw? I need a strong response. Honestly, it's but where to win? As for the tournament situation, maybe the Amin Tabatabai wants to win this game, because after his winning he will secure the first place. And some strange continuations, for example, if it will be draw in this position and no, Artemiev Vladislav has 3 points right now. Amin Tabatabai has 5 points right now. It's a great gap between them. So with this draw, he secured the first place for himself. As for the other opportunity, that in this position, for example, Shan Sargsyan will win the game, and tomorrow he will win the game. But for example, if Amin Tabatabai make a draw today and lost the tomorrow game, they will have an equal number of points. But it's strange. Okay, it seems like a psychological pressure, He repeats the position 2 times and after that declined the third. So after the rook b5, Amin Tabatabai decided to play rook c7, protect this knight, and rook d1. It's uncomfortable to play with this kind of opponent, so it's really like it's easy to understand that this position is equal and there is small chances to find something, but he is continuing the game, so I don't know. Maybe that's a difference, maybe that's a reason because of he's leader of this tournament. But as for me, I don't know. Usually if you want to play to victory, what for all these repetitions of positions? Of course, everybody has the right to do that, so that's not a criticize. But as for me, it's like a provocation. So, do you want to draw? Me, no. Ha ha ha. Strange. In any case, that's an isolated pawn, and right now black will looking for a chance to do something with that. So rook goes to c5 from the capture. Takes, for example, takes, knight b7, trade off here, and knight d4, so maybe this passed pawn is interesting. e5 is a blunder, for example, because of c6, c7. I don't know, but it's... I don't like when opponent do this thing, and I never do that. For example, if I want to force a draw, I force a draw. 2 times repetition, 3 times repetition. If I don't want to fix the draw, so what for? I just decline from the first time repetition. I go to the side and looking for chances to victory. And right now it's feeling bad. As for me, maybe it's my personal triggers from the personal experience, but right now Sargsyan has 32 minutes in this position. Okay. So this is the threat, and Amintabatabai is ready to save his own rook. What will be next? He plays rook b7, yep. I've seen it right, so what about d5? Knight e4, and this is a pin on the d file. Okay, but white has a plan with preparation of d5 idea. I don't know how, maybe with rook e1, for example. Computer says knight f5 is not so easy. What do you think about rook c1 with the preparation of potential rook c8? Right now d5 is a threat, because after knight e4 it will be rook c8, f6 for example, and d5. E5, f6 the preparation of e5. Well, this game is continuing. So that's not that I want to finish this game. No, but boring. This position is boring. In this game, between Artemiev Vladislav and Sargsyan Shant, black plays queen d7 in this case. And computer is screaming that it was not a good continuation of the game because of opportunity of playing rook c5, and white had has a healthy extra pawn in the center of the board. So right now, after the bishop e7, a5 square is good, because right here pawn is hanging. Right here the idea of doubled pawns is possible, and the top engine move right here is a sacrifice of the bishop on b2. After the queen b2, it will be knight a4 and knight takes c5. And the queen takes d5. In the end of the variation, we have two minor pieces against of rook and the pawn. So there is a compensation in this position. Half of a pawn in white's favor, of course, but it's hard to capitalize. I feel that. But, computer says that after bishop takes b2, the top engine move right here is ignoring all bishops on b2 but playing rook e1, because your pawns in the center are so important, then you should help him in any opportunity to do that. So right now the white's advantage is more than the whole pawn. It's a plus 1.2. It means something. So this game becomes a tense one after the queen d7. As for other opportunities, computer says, play h3, it's okay. As for queen takes d5, this pawn is hanging. As for knight d5, this pawn is hanging, so nothing in any case. You can do whatever you want. Right here, white plays rook c2, maybe with the idea to double the pawns and preparing for d5. I don't know, the evaluation is the same. For example, knight f5, double the pawns, f6 preparing e5, and just staying here by the king. So hard to find something because there are no ideas with a spin in the d files. You know, that's usual way to playing against the isolani. For example, I just want to show you. If this rook protected the pawn from the c4, the main idea of fighting is double the pawn. White is staying here and preparing a pawn break because that's a pin, and right now this pawn helps her camp. But right now, with the rook on the d2 potentially, this rook is protected by the knight and another rook. So that's the reason why all these ideas with pawn break really doesn't exist. So. 13 minutes in Vladislav's clock. He thinking, of course. But it's dangerous because that will be a very important and responsible game, and only 17 moves have passed. You know what that means? That there are 23 moves ahead before the second control. And during the process of capitalization, usually it requires more time to check every opportunity, to do it more carefully. So maybe it's time to play quickly. Yep, we've seen these situations with time trouble in previous rounds. That was enough. Vladislav, play quickly, please. I remember these ideas because right now, Shan Sargsyan is threatening nothing. This prohibited, that's prohibited too, so making a luft or playing rook d1 or playing rook e1 with preparing of e4, it's okay, it's totally okay, everything is okay. So, knight f5 and rook stays on the d2. d5 is the main idea, so black should do something with that. Playing f6 to have this opportunity with e5, or double the rook on the d file, but g4 may potentially. For what? Situation is so drawish, so drawish. Even if you had an engine in your hand. 12 minutes in the clock. I feel tension in the air. Of course, the evaluation is plus 1.2. It's so great advantage of white. I haven't questions about this particular moment, but 11 minutes for the next 23 moves. It means that Vladislav 100% will place in time increment 30 seconds per move, and it will be a rapid chess. That's other types. That's another type of chess that requires another skill. So maybe. Of course, I'm not the person who has a right to give advances, but do it right now. It's time to do something. Amin Tabatabai went back to the board, and right now he will try to looking for chances in this absolutely enchanceless position. I know that this word doesn't exist in English language. Enchantless. Who knows? I want to check it. So, how we can say that this position hasn't a chances? Chance-free position. Yep, It's a good decision. So chance-free position. But when I told free, usually I'm thinking about potato free, not a chance-free. But who cares? It's just, dinner was 4 hours ago. It was so long time ago that I thinking about potato free, but really, yep. A lot of chess players like to eat a lot of tasty foods. That's their hobby. At least as for players that I know good, yep, they like to. As for the continuation of this game, 97, it's logical, but who will attack this pawn? Maybe rook d5 with attempt to block everything. h4, or I would play king f1 with king e2, in any case, to protect the central squares from the opponent. My prediction is rook d5. Knight. Knight. It is knight. It was a rook. Rook b5, controlling this square from this side. Okay, why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? King f1 in any case. But as for pawn structures, we discussed it before. There is an idea that's called c-break. C-break? I remember it right. I hope I do, because we discussed it in one of the previous breakwater. Breakwater. So, breakwater is a great long stick from the beach to the sea, to stop the waves. For example, if you haven't breakwaters near the beach during the storm, it can be a great waves and a lot of waters here. But if you put a water break in the sea, all waves will be hitting in the water break and going again. So that's a special thing for secure safety in the places that human likes to swim. So as for pawn structure in chess endgame, there is an idea called breakwater. Usually it's h pawn stays here on the h5, h4 or h5 if you're playing black, whatever. So the main idea is preventing g5. When opponent wants to capitalize something, he will go ahead and trying to create a passed pawn here. So more trade-offs, easier to defense. That's the reason why the idea of movement of the h pawn or a pawn is so common thing. So remember that. Breakwater, it may be useful for you if you like to play endgames. In any case, for example, computer right here, consider that g5 is a pawn offensive. So maybe it's better to make a pawn break and fix this square. In any case, just note in any case, maybe we will find it useful, maybe not. But it's a move, it's a risk-free move, so why not? In any case, g3 was played in the game, so pawn controlled the h4 square, king has aloofed in any case, why not? The situation has the same evaluation right now, so nothing has changed. As for the second board, Vladislav Artemiev has 6 minutes in his clock. I feel nervous sometimes because it's only 17th move and the second control will be after 40 moves. Of course, the second control is huge because it's more 50 minutes, but as for this particular situation, you will require a lot of energy and, free brain to calculations. Because right now it will be a long process of capitalization, this extra pawn on d5. So rook c5 or rook d1 or h3 or something else, whatever, just more important to do it right now. So, after the 3 hours of playing, I want to say you that we have one draw in this situation with equal numbers of pawn, but it's an isolonia, but that's not enough. And one game with a great chances to win it somehow, but right now only 5 minutes in white's clock, so that's dangerous to player. In any case, that's time to take a break after the next hour as usual, so the period of break will be 10 minutes. We'll see you. We'll see each other after 10 minutes. As you know, the fourth hour of playing is the most interesting for audience because nobody has enough time. The position is so decisive, so you should calculate a lot of times, and it's not enough to find the right solution. So let's look at the board to realize how it works. Of course, right now this board is the most interesting for us because this position is imbalanced. So Artemiev Vladislav plays white and Shan Sargsyan plays black, and our last analysis was here. And I wanted to see the next move for white because right now Vladislav spent 16 minutes from the 18 to make this move. So after that, Shan decided to take on d5 by the queen, and he is trying to create a counter threat with g5. So white has an extra pawn. White has an opportunity to take here and here potentially, but black is going to looking for chances. So the idea of g4 is knight d4 the only one move because this pin is very dangerous. So takes here after the bishop. So for example, rook b7 is not a bad move, but after g4 it will be knight d4, takes, and right now that's a threat because of the problem in the back rank. So rook e1 is enough for good position, but in the game was the better variation. So Vladislav plays h3, making a luft and preventing g4 in the same time, h5, and g4, just blocking everything because the square is comfortable for the knight. Takes, and right now Vladislav has only 1 minute and 27 seconds. Shan Sargsyan has more time, 28 minutes 45 seconds. If you like, when I talk everything, accurately. But right now the evaluation is plus 1.4. So the top engine move in this position is rook d3 to attacking the b3 pawn, rook b7, rook takes b3 for example, bishop c3, takes, and knight g5, because pawn on g5 was blocked, and that's a weakness. So right now, after the g4 and all this trade-off, bishop c3 is potentially a threat. If this pin on d file will disappear, bishop c3 is interesting because after the trade-off, g5 pawn is hanging. So that's the reason why the evaluation is so big. More than a half pawn. Am I right that rook d3 was in the game? It's hard to... rook e4, Rook e4 is the idea with taking this pawn with a check. Computer says that everything is totally okay, especially after king f1, just going away from the line and maybe getting closer for the... No, because opportunity of trade-off. So king f1, and what's next? Rook g2, rook g4, takes. White has an extra pawn on the b file in the endgame, and right now maybe this pawn is potentially a weakness. Potentially. So 30. King f8, king f1. Vladislav has half of a minute, but he decided the top engine move. So, very interesting. I want to have a look in the third board. Nothing happened? Not. Everything is the same. Okay, sometimes I will check it, just to be sure that everything is under control here, so nothing new. It's important, to give the right what? Description of the live events. Rook takes on g4. Opposite counting from the minute to the seconds, so 57, 56. So nervous to play 15 moves before the second control in this particular case. So, computer recommends to play rook a1. I don't know why. Maybe 2 rooks on the 7th rank is more, dangerous than only one. To be honest, it's a short way to unleash a rook from the d1, so why not? Rook a1 or rook takes b7. Only 2 moves keep the great advantage of white in this position. So, 18 seconds in the clock. All auditory feel tension and nervous. Only Artemiev Vladislav is calm in this situation, and he found the top engine move. Maybe his lucky period of tournament was started from this game, because previous games was very hard for him, lot of time troubles, lot of problems and blunders. Maybe right now something will happen, because this game is good for him. He found a lot of top moves, included queen b3 and blocking on g4 and rook c7 and rook a1 right now, so that's a good sign for him, I think. As for black, it's hard to find the best continuation. After the rook d3, the evaluation is plus like 2 extra pawns in white's favor. After rook a7, am I right? Rook b3, rook a takes b7, that's the pin, that's the threat. Rook takes b2, and bishop c1. For what purpose? Interesting question. Rook b1, for example, with a pin. Knight d2. This knight for the rook goes to b4 because this knight is hanging, and the last one square, and right now taking. Because of this pin, the move with knight d5 is prohibited, so that was a great goal of the last moves with knight d4 and bishop a3. And right now the evaluation is plus 7 pawns. So. Black should be careful, but right now it may be too late to do that. As for this game, knight e1 is a start of recycling the knight on c. Yeah, maybe, why not? Potentially this knight on c2 has an opportunity to stay on e3 with the idea of d5 or trade-off. So maybe that's an interesting idea. And right now f3 square was clear for the king going closer, so everything is under control. Yep. For example, rook d5, knight c2. King come closer, rook f3, h5, king e4 with the idea of knight e3, so everything is okay. Here, after the rook a1, Shan Sargsyan should make a choice, because he has a lot of problems, and only 25 minutes it was knight c8. As for knight c8, computer said that the advantage of white is getting bigger after this move, but white should find the best move right here is bishop c3. Because after the trade-off, the pawn structure will be better, b6 for example, and king e2. So why everything is so good? How he can find these moves? So really it was bishop c3, and this move forced black to fix our pawn structure with a trade-off on c3, so pawn b is ready to take here, and c pawn is potentially a passed pawn. The evaluation is plus 2.6, but right now the number of pawns is equal, especially after the b6. So where the advantage? King e2. Knight should protect the pawn. So the main idea of white, if I understand right, it's rook d1 with a trade-off of the rooks, and after that this knight will be hanging, and after knight d6 this pawn is lost. Interesting. So very accurate process of capitalization so far. I feel respect for that, because right now in the time increment, with 40 seconds in the clock, right now it was the third or more moving straight from the first line of the engine. So interesting. What about king g7 to protect this bishop? Takes here. Knight d6 is strange because of the second pawn. What else? Extra pawn and more active piece, because this rook is stuck in the g4 square. Hard to go away because it requires time. Nobody has a time in this active position. So bishop c3, it was really hard, difficult, and strong, powerful move. So, lot of respects. And what will be in the next? So, king g7, bishop e7. Bishop e7 is strange because this pawn is hanging. And right now, this knight has a questions, especially after king e2 and knight d1, like in previous variations. So, third board, nothing changed? No, I mean Tabatabai thinking after the knight e1, with that opportunity of recycling the knight. So knight on f3 staying good, but he blocked the king and he hasn't an opportunity to offer a trade-off of knights. So this maneuver is comfortable for the knight. King f6 responds black. So king f3 is working. King f3, computer says, is not so good, but no, he changed his thought. Really, in previous times, the evaluation was 0.0 in any case, but right here the evaluation is minus 0.4. So it looks like black started to looking for chances for initiative with h5, h4, blocking this pawn. So maybe the suggestion of engine was right, with how it called, breakwater with h4, because this pawn on g5 is useful for the black, this pawn gaining space on the king side, and maybe it will be better to prevent an opportunity with h4 earlier. But right now the evaluation is minus 0.2 without king f3. What about computer says that knight on e3 is better than knight on c2. I don't know why, but he's sure. So what's happening here? 20 minutes in Shan's clock. So he should make a choice. What it will be? I think it will be trade-off, because what else? And b6. And king e2 with the idea of trade-off. And for example, rook e4 to returning, but rook should protect the pawn, because after rook e4 it will be knight takes g5. So that's not so easy to find the right answer, because rook is tied, tied with the g5 pawn, and right now rook has no chance to go away, because pawn will lost, and after that knight on g5 will be very powerful piece, attacking f7 and going to e4 in some variations. So computer says that white has an extra piece in this variation or something like that, because the advantage is 3 pawns here in white's favor, of course. But white has 40 seconds. So be careful. Be very careful. Right now Arseny is thinking. He has 17 minutes in the clock. It's the third hour. Third hour, it's usually the most intense. But right here in this particular game, king f6 is a 37th move, so 3 moves before the second time control. That means that they have enough time to calculate everything, except on the second board. After the bishop c3. What it was? It was rook d3 here. maybe some kind of prophylaxis, make this rook more protected by other pieces, or what's the purpose? Maybe just move ahead. Because everything is reliable in this position, even if we've got an isolated pawn in the center of the board, everything is under control for the white right here. For example, rook bd5, knight c2. I want to play it h4. I want to trade off is prohibited because of rook d4, of course. What about king f3? Just going ahead. Knight e3, rook a5, and I have now this opportunity with a trade-off. Okay, maybe Amin Tabatabai was right when he decided to play for a victory in this position, because computer agrees with me with him, not with me, with him. Because if white makes a mistake right now, this this isolated pawn can be exploited in some variations. I'm not sure about that, but computer is sure. So there is the right details that should be thinked, considered. You understand what I wanted to say? And right now situation is very difficult to Shan Sargsyan. Maybe the only advantage that he has right now is a time advantage, and if he will think for a long time, they will have the same amount of time, and the whole process of defense will be harder for him. So I'm not sure that's the best variation, or maybe I just want to see the continuation quickly. Yep, it was bishop takes c3, b takes c3. So right now the pawn structure became healthy and pawn b7 is hanging. So I think b6 or b5 is predictable for black, especially in case of a difficult situation. Yep, b6. So right now there are a lot of ways to continue the game. For example, c4 and attempts to create a passed pawns, but computer said that the easiest way is king e2 and rook d1. Maybe I would find this opportunity because because generally in this position everything is holding because of that rook. If we imagine that the rook is going away, is disappearing, so rook should not go away because he protecting the pawn. Knight cannot go away because he protecting the pawn. What will be after a5? I want to ask. Knight e5 and a fork. Why I have this opportunity right now? Knight e5. Because rook h4 with the idea of skewer. So king e2, it's a chance to go away from potential skewer in the back rank. And preparing the idea with rook d1. So a lot of senses in one small move. It was c4 in the game. Oh, the sequence of top engine move was finished here. Or maybe not. So king e2 gives white the evaluation of plus 3.8, but c4 gives only plus 3.3. So as you can see, it's a joke, because everything like a whole victory game. Okay, c4. But maybe that idea potentially keeps in the board after the a5 computer recommends to do the same. Because really this rook is the only active player, the only active piece in black's camp. And that's a good opportunity to trade it off after the king e2 and rook d1. At least after the king e2 it will be the opportunity of double attack with knight e5. So seems logical. c4 was played, maybe just fixed all this pawn structure here, to avoiding I don't know what, but something. When we will take these pawns in the queen side, these connected pawns become passed pawns. So that sounds natural to push them ahead, closer to the promoted rank, to the back rank. f6 was in the game, and computer is sure that our previous idea with king e2 is the best. 22 seconds in the clock. Oh, typical situation, but hard to get used to, So it was knight d4. Knight d4 is not so scaring for the, not so terrible for the black as computer, sure, because rook has a time to go in away from the g4. Rook h4 with the idea of skewer. King e2, and rook returns to the h7. Oh, if this game will be not finished with a white victory, it will be a great failure. So, and the main reason will be a time trouble. Interesting, right now the gap between the top engine move and the second is 4 pawns. So rook h4 gives the evaluation just 1 extra pawn in white's camp, and knight d6, something like that, gives white 5 extra pawns. But right now it was rook h4. So that means that the position like equal or something close to equal. Only after king e2 the evaluation is plus 1.1. Can you compare these opportunities? So it was plus 4, at least 3.8, and right now it's just one small pawn after the rook h7. So yep, time trouble gives Vladislav's life harder, so harder. After the rook h7 it will be difficult to capitalize this position to the victory, because of course during the game you feel when you have a strong advantage. Yep, rook h7 was in the game, and when you lose it, it's so nasty feelings. How I can do it? What a great mistake! If I did something other, you know that. So rook returned to the c6, and game is continuing, of course. The evaluation is not so awful. Extra pawn, 1 extra pawn. Of course, the number of pawns is equal in the board, but white's piece is more active right now, and everything is protected in the black's camp, but there is no time to feel a pity from lost opportunities. That's a time to looking for something new. As for the third board, knight returns to f3, so the situation is the same. The evaluation is equal. But right here, it's a nervous plot with so great advantage, and only one move. So the whole advantage is hanging by a thread. One mistake and everything came to the inequality. Not equality. Let's speaking honestly, right now the evaluation is plus 1.2, as I said before. But comparing with previous opportunities, with 4 extra pawn in white's favors, it's sky and the ground. So something is hard to compare. So king f7 right now is top engine move for the black. Maybe after check king wants to go on g6, activating somehow trade-off, for example, b4, and black has opportunities to keep this position, especially with time trouble of the opponent. And really, knight d4 was a blunder right now, great blunder, because knight secure that rook will stay on the g4 right now. Everything will be better here, but okay, things happen. Chess is chess, life is life, so you should be ready for these accidents during your game. Even if you're a top-level grandmaster, it really doesn't change something. You should be ready every time. So the game is continuing. Shant hasn't a great time in his clock because, as you can see, he has 14 minutes, and after 10 minutes or something like that, we will see a fighting into time trouble situation. So this game will be the longest one, or not. Who knows? Right now I'm scared to make a predictions because really today 50-50. 50% of my predictions is working, 50% is really was an opposite. So it's hard to understand what will be in the future, and I don't know nothing. So king returns to g7 in this position. What do you think about d5? d5 is a trap. d5 is a trap because after this trade-off it will be king knight e3 in the end of the variation, but maybe we want to return on g1. Rook d5 of course will block everything, but so the idea with rook d2 is totally okay, because rook d5 we saw it before. Knight e5 was in this game. The idea of move is just going ahead, and after rook d before it will be a double attack. So rook d goes to d7. Right now the evaluation is getting bigger, but Vladislav should find the variation with c5. You now exchange this pawn to activate a knight. No, it was something different. After the rook d7, it was the rook d1 with a pin. It's not a pin because knight is free. Only one move for black to keep the equality. It's a knight e8. After the knight e8, the evaluation is one pawn in white's favor. After the knight b7, for example, the evaluation is so more because of idea with double attack from af8. So knight return to the e8. What will be next? 48 seconds in the clock. Everything is getter, more tense with every move, 7 moves before the second time control. So knight d5 computer recommends to play right here. Rook d5, rook d5, because it's a great mistake to take here for some reason. Rook d7 maybe? e4. Yep, rook d5 was in the game. So of course the position is better. Of course white's pieces are more active. But those opportunities. Okay, the first thing for chess player is forget previous failures, because if you will think about them, it will be hard to think about the position in present. So forget, forgive, and continue. Rook d5. Rook d7 computer recommends to play. I want to check, maybe we will go ahead and create a pin. No, king f7, so nothing. A lot of pieces gathering to the center of the board. Everyone stays on every piece in this situation stays on the light squares. So maybe it's a pattern. After the rook f7, for example, it will be two diagonal of pieces. Of course, it's a blunder, and throw it out from your mind. I just realized that right now all the pieces stays on the light squares, but pawns, 75% of pawns are staying in the dark squares, and only 25% are staying in the light squares. Okay, got it. 13 minutes in the Sargsyan-Shant's clock, so everybody is nervous. He has a second chance to save this position. and he will try to use it in the best way. As for the third board, after rook e5, Tabatabai thinking, but he has not 4 minutes in his clock, just 54 minutes, because it was a... no, it's a force move. So right now, only after his next response, he will have 54 minutes. Right now, not. Rook goes to e7. Computer says that the top engine move for the white right now it's a rook c8 with a pin. So the threat is overloaded rook. So king f7 is the only move, and check here. And knight c6. Trade-off is the only move, because after rook g7 it will be something with attacking a pawn. Rook c8 was in the game, so it was only 2 moves, going away from the top engine moves, but it was decisive. In any case, the game is continuing right now. So, hard decision, time to hard decision. Maybe the evaluation is getting bigger. It's a second wave of attack. The first wave was finished with a knight d4, but right now it's better. It's going better. 5 moves before the second control. Maybe second control can help Vladislav to capitalize this advantage, because really the position is better because of active pieces, knight on e6, all these ideas with pin. Of course, this knight isn't hanging, because rook should protect this another rook. After this trade-off, pawn on d5 will protect everything, so you may forget about this opportunity from the black's camp. So Tabatabai has 3 minutes in his clock, and right now it's really 3 minutes in his clock, because it's a force move, the last one before the second time control. So he should be careful, because in another tournament that was a strange thing when two women chess grandmasters played each other, and they have the same time things. When after the 40 moves they have the second time control, but the point is both of the opponents made mistakes in their papers when we writing down the moves. So the one of them write one move 2 times, and the second of them missed a line in their paper. So they was sure that it was 40 moves left. 40 moves have passed, but in real game only 39 moves have passed, and one of the opponents, her time is running out, and the arbiter came and said, you lost the game, and he asked, how? I have 40 moves in my paper, and he answered paper, it's paper, but our chess program counted the moves, and it was only 39 moves in this game. So that's a big problem with the clocks, when the new portion of times appearing only after the so time from the first period should run out, so 100% just with 00000 in your clock, and only after that, and only in case if this game has 40 moves, you will have the new portion of time. But if you make a mistake in your calculations, you will lose your game. So it's one trick every time. And right now, rook a2 was played by the Tabatabai. And every opponent has a second time control, so they are ready to continue the game. The evaluation is the same, minus 0.1, so nothing special here, but they are continuing. I respect it. king f7 and knight make a check on the d8. So right now, for example, after king g7, it will be a discovered attack with two threats in the same time. And after rook e6, what's a rook e6? It was a strange suggestion of me, forget it. After their king f8, that's a new threat. Rook g7, for example, rook a8, with attacking the basic pawn with the threat of trade-off a5 and rook b5, protecting, and knight divide d8, and takes here. So there are interesting variation connected with attacking basic pawns on the queen side. So maybe this attack will be more successful for the Vladislav. He's trying to find something. Shan Sargsyan is trying to defend this position. Okay, king f8, and the next move was king e6 check. He decided to win moves before the second time control. As you know, it's not a 3 times repetition at all. It's just a way to make 2 moves more before the time control. So knight c6, yep. Right now knight c6, it was the 39th move, and after the opponent's response, it will be the last move in the first time control. And we will come to the second one. So this game will be the longest. I feel it hardly. For example, 9 minutes, only 9 minutes in Shan's clock. So knight d5 is the top engine move right now. d6 is not a threat because of rook d7. But these two pawns, connected passed pawns, they seem scary in this position, and they secure an advantage. Stable advantage, so everything is under control of white. We will see it later. As for this situation, game is continuing, nothing happened. As for king f3, maybe that's not a good decision because of checks opportunity. Computer says like, stay on f1. Go away from this idea with pin please. Make a threat of d5. And after some blocks, you will have a plan to attacking somebody, to attacking a square in front of the pawn. So why not just go away from all these threats? Because right now, of course, it's prohibited. In the end of the variation, it will be knight e3 or knight g4. But knight g4 is not a way to save everything, because after the h5, this knight should looking for another place. But as for knight e3, good place for him. For example, rook a5, knight e3. Of course, rook endgame is totally drawish, so this knight should go away like knight e7, and the game is continue. So the same. As for this situation, black has to do the last 2 moves before the second time control. So what it will be? The top engine move is rook takes d5, and the evaluation after rook takes d5 is plus 1.5. So the gap between the first move and the second is 0.7, so close to the whole pawn. And it's better to black capturing in the center right now. Otherwise, it may be more dangerous even than here. So, rook takes d5 or not? Everybody is tired, so some kind of blunders may be in the games, but I got everything that I wanted in previous time. It was an intense battle, so everything is go ahead. Blunder, okay, one more attempt. It's interesting to look at that because you feel unsafety. Everything can be changed in every second, like in, I don't know, box. When you look at the box match, you understand that every second can be a knockout. So you never feel calm, and you never feel that's everything under control. No, you sit in the sofa like, what's happening next? It's so nervous. And right now we have the same situation in the chess. And I think it's a good sign, because as for commentator, I want to make a chess more popular. And these emotional battles helps to do it. So right now, time to choice 6 minutes in Sargsyan Shant clocks. So he should do something, maybe trade off on d5, maybe not. Right now, as you can see, 0.0.0.0 in Amintabatabay's clock, because that was after 41st move, and he is sure that he has the second time control. He is right, everything is good, and after some actions from the arbiter's side and the clock side, that will be a new 50 minutes to analyze everything. Why not? The position is risk-free for him, so he has right to check in the opponent till the night. So maybe it will be something or not. We'll see. As for the situation, hard moment, and it was rook takes d5. So c takes d5 is the only move. Yep. And right now it was the fourth move, so after the c takes d5, white will have a second time control, so that's the reason why Vladislav decided to go for a walk in the tournament hall, because the last hour was very nervous for him. He has not enough time to calculate, and it was so hard to continue the game, especially in moments when he losing the significant part of the advantage. But right now a situation becomes controlled because 50 minutes means something, and right now after the opponent's answer he will think for a long time. I know how it works. So after the next move it will be long calculating. Right now, in this particular case, the top engine move for the black is rook d7, attacking this pawn, and e4 is predictable. f5, king d3, going ahead and protecting this pawn. Are you sure? Because right now computer says that after rook d7 the evaluation is more than 2 pawns, but right now his evaluation is getting worse, and e4 just 1 pawn and a half. So that's unfair, because if he was sure about his idea, so he should continue this thing. One more attempt. Shant Sargsyan has 3 minutes in the clock. So, nervous moment. Rook d7 or not rook d7. For example, after the a5. This rook is hanging. So, I sometimes can be tired too, even in case that I'm a commentator and I'm not feeling nervous. Almost, sometimes I feel. Yep, right now we have an 8th round from the 9 rounds of the tournament. So closer to the end of the tournament, everybody is tired. Every arbiter, every commentator, every participant, of course, every person from the organizer's team and from Academia's team, we are taking part. We are placed in the great Khanty-Mansiysk Chess Academy, and that's a very great building with a brilliant architecture. So it's a unique scape of the building, 2 floors, and glass ladders from different floors, and interesting corridors, circle one. So You should see it at least one more time in love, in life. Yep. Rook d7 was in that game, so right now only one move for white is e4, because if not e4, what else? Knight b4 seems strange after the e5. This pawn is lost, and white hasn't other opportunities to protect this important pawn. So e4. Yep, and it was in the game. Vladislav played e4 quickly because nothing else exists. Nothing else exists. It's a strange sequence of words in this sentence, but who cares? I try to express my opinion. So f5 is only move for the black. What about f3 here? f3 g4, pawn breaking everything. So maybe that's the reason why king e3 is better, trade-off, and the main goal of white is promoting the pawn. The main goal of black is blocking the pawn, so it's an activity for the next 2 hours. But I was ready for that, because I feel it before the round. I told you that right now it's the most decisive rounds today and tomorrow. And great prize fund, and great responsible for every move. So, great responsibility, I mean. Knight e7 was played in this game, and right now they have the second time control. Nesterov Arseny has an hour on his clock, Amin Tabatabai has 45 minutes, so enough time to think it, rethink, and rethink a lot of times. So that's a good news that we have 2 games in this second, because if that will be the last board, I think I would feel angry, because why you are playing the drawish end game for hours? But right now, not. Right now I feel interested, so okay. 2 games, 1 game is drawish, second game with a great chances to victory. They are different and they are combining in that second. So why not? e4, f5 looks like the only opportunity, because after g4, for example, preventing f3, it will be king d4, and that's an outpost for the king. And f5 is preventing at all after the knight d4. So that's the reason why if you do not play f5 right now, you will not play it never after the knight d4 and knight f5. So king should go away, go ahead, and helps his own pawn to be passed pawn on the d file. So everything is interesting. The time control is not fair right here, so it's not 26 seconds, no, because after the 40 moves every participant has a bonus time 50 minutes. As I said, lot of time. Usually right now in our 21st century, this time controls with time bonus 50 minutes isn't used because it's too much. But this tournament is a traditional event, so from the 2000 year, the tournament, no, not from 2000 year, 2000, the second year, this tournament is placed. And firstly, it was a great time control because it was a normal thing in these years, but right now time control goes from the last 22 years to our time. And right now it seems a strange thing because 50 minutes more, it's like the whole hour. But okay, traditional things should keep in our history. So, in any case, Shan Sargsyan is thinking in this moment, and I'm sure that will be f5 with a pawn break. As for the third board, after the rook d2, Tabatabai is thinking he has 45 hours for this interesting activity, and I suggest you to take a break as usual, because 4 hours have passed. We will have 1 hour or 2 hours more, so that's the time to drink a new bottle of water. So see you in 10 minutes. hello again. I'm here with these headphones. So, I want to remind you that that's a big difference between fourth hour of playing and fifth hour of playing. You know what's the difference? I will tell you. Usually, the fourth hour is the most interesting hour because nobody has enough time to calculate and everything has a blunders, quick moves, attacks, and all this stuff. But the fifth hour, in opposite, it's usually the boring one with the third like a fifth. So nothing has happened. For example, right now, in the second board, nothing's happened. Computer said that the evaluation is so great, more than 3 pawns, after the knight e5, for example. Knight e5, and when I did this move in the board, the evaluation has changed to 2 pawns. No, it's unfair. I want to make the depth deeper. You know this opportunity of Lichess engine. So if you touch a plus near the numbers of the evaluation, the computer is continuing to think. So I hope King e3. King e3 was played. It was one of the best opportunities of white. So right now exchange on e4 is predictable, because what else? Right now the main idea of black is avoiding connected passed pawns on the d file and d file. So right now predictable. So maybe something here. Knight c6, and the evaluation is getting bigger in black's camp, in black's favor, I mean. After the king e3, the only move or something like that, it will be a rook d5. And computer is sure that the whole situation is getting better for the what about check? Takes. This pawn in game is losing because after king d2 it will be king f5. Good idea. Good to look at it. Okay, so you should be careful of that. Or it can be, I don't know, king g2. Rook takes d4. No, that idea is not working, and closer to the end of the round, I will make more and more blunders, because that's the rules, how our brain works. When you think for a long period of time, in some moment your brain will tell you, like, stop. Our neuromediators cannot work next. So sorry, but right now your cognitive functions will be stopped or getting worse. Sorry, it's the resources of our body. We cannot fix it somehow, so you should relax for 4 hours. Without that, you will make a blunders. So that's the reason why the subject of work-life balance is so important. If you do not relax for comfortable time, you will make your work worse. So that's a typical thing. And right now you can see with every next hour the moves like that. Yep, like that. I know this rule in my brain. After the 4 hours of giving comments in English language, I start to forget all words in English language, and I switch to Russian. For example, expressions from yesterday, that's плохо. That means that's bad, but combining different languages in one sentence, so it's significant part of a style, and you should know it. And if you are going to do all of your job in the last day before the deadline, you should rethink it, because when you when you are working from the long periods of time, your brain started to give you lags. And you know, it's a fog in front of your eyes, so you can miss this mistake or this opportunity, and only tomorrow in the deadline day you will see it, and it will be very awkward situation. I have this lot of times in my life, so it's just an advice. Don't work for the long period of time, because it gives you unpleasant consequences. King e4 was played and f6, preventing every idea connected with knight e5. So maybe g4? Computer recommends to play g4 from this side, you know, to be ready for trade-off. But in the other side, after the h4, this weakness will be d5 idea, d5 idea. To be honest, it's interesting. Because, of course, if white handled to exchange this pawn, the game will finish, because pawn in the one's flank, it's not so interesting. And there is no time to do something. Only one weakness in this situation is isolani on d4. So, right now, d5 is prohibited because of check, check, and f5. And right now, after rook f5, it's just a, deflection of piece. It's a beginner's tactical shot. But if white will have a pawn on the g4, for example, after h4, the whole idea is working. f4 is prohibited, and this trade-off give us to the 0.0 finally. The point is, of course, after the g4, black has an idea with rook d5 and blocking everything, but that's a different story. For example, rook d5, knight e3, computer recommends to play f5, takes, king f3 and rook d4. Dangerous to play. And right now, e3 square is better to keep for the king, right? After the check, king should go away and continue to protect the central pawn. So maybe king f3 is not the best variation that I can offer to you. Maybe king f3 in this position, avoiding all these problems. Because this trade-off on h5, it will be better for the black. Because potentially, they has the second weakness in the king side. And there is a rule of two weaknesses. I want to explain to you the meaning of this rule. So, if you're attacking at the one weakness in the white side and your opponent found a way to keep everything good, so his pieces were gathering in this flank of the board, okay, your main goal is creating a second weakness in the second flank, in the different side of the board. Because usually when you are attacking, it's so easier to recycle your pieces from side to side. That's the reason why this idea connected with g takes h5 is not so good for the white, because they will have free pawn islands in the board and their defense will be harder and harder with every move. So g4, we need to do this because f5 is potentially a threat, but in long-term ideas it can be a second weakness. So if Aminta Batabai will win this game, it will be a textbook endgame, because firstly, it seems like a draw is the drawest. But right now, something's happened, and the attack of black is heating up. As for this position, Artemiev Vladislav is calculating the variations. Right now he has a second time control, 38 minutes in his clock. Computer says that this is strange to calculate variations in this moment, because the only move is king e4. The second move is king d4 with the idea of king e4 in the next move. Because as you remember, your pawn on d5 is hanging, so you should find a way to protect it somehow. Knight from b4 cannot help because of a5, so only king takes e4. But you know that situation when you made a great blunder in the game, you will, check the variations next time, double, triple, fourtable. I don't know about this fort in English language, but you understand my thought. So that's the reason why Vladislav will check everything a lot of times, and I understand it's so good. Yep, because this game is hard for him. One time in the middle game he has a great advantage and he lost the idea rook h2, rook h4 and rook h7. So that's the reason why right now it's hard to play to him. Like everybody else, but especially him. But I do not know for him it's harder. So for Shant, who has to defend for the next who knows how much moves, or for Vladislav, who has a great advantage and lost it and find it one more time. So yep, it's the 8th round of the 9th round tournament. Everything it requires responsible. You know this joke about the monkey who hit drums in the head when you do not know what to see next. Right now I have this particular moment, like what's happening? It was really common word that I use a lot of times. But as I said before, after 4 hours of giving comments, usually my brain said, sorry, that's all. That's the point. Fortunately, I do not take part in the high stakes tournament because it will be more hard, to make a mistake in the games that influence on your money situation. I have no fines for the mistakes in the chess stream. Fortunately, it's definitely a luck in my life. But generally, it's getting harder and harder with every hour, so I hope everything will be okay till the end of today's round. And tomorrow, if it's possible, please. Yep. Of course, everyone wants to be cold-blooded guy who really doesn't react to circumstances around him and continue to solve problems without nervous, but we are just human beings, we are not robots. And this sentence describes the whole situation. So Vladislav is thinking here, and Amin Tabatabai thinking after the g4. Computer changed his mind, and right now he's sure that the evaluation is minus 0.3, not more. The top engine move for the black right now is rook d5, because d5 is really a threat. As for knight e7, for example, to make this recycling and block this pawn, firstly, if knight stays on d5, nobody is ready to attack the pawn because knight interferes everyone. Secondly, after knight e3, it will be potential exchange of knights on the d5. So that's dead. That's kill all chances to the looking for a victory. Okay, so g4 was played, rook d5, knight e3, f5. That's a problem for the white because their king hasn't placed on e3. Yep, and right now, even in case that computer recommends to play knight e3, we should be strong and ignore him and play something else like king e3, I don't know. King e3 was in the game, it's more humanly than knight e3, because right now king go away from the potential checks, and computer said that the evaluation is getting worse for the white. I want to improve the depth of the calculating, but right now he said that the evaluation is minus 0.7. I don't know why. h4, f5, breakthrough in the king side. Yep. If black handles to create a second weakness in the king side, it will be so harder to defend. You cannot imagine, you know, the scale of problems. And something has happened here. So, yep, maybe this endgame will be the decisive, not the decisive, the textbook one. Because, as you remember, after some moves ago, here, I told you that nothing can happen here. Nothing at all. Nothing. It was 27 moves. So, from this moment, 24 moves, 24 moves later. Black is trying to find something. h4, creating a new weakness potentially. And idea with f5 and g4 exists in the board. Yep. Vladislav is thinking about life and maybe something else, but it's really a strange moment to analyze it right now, because where is reason to ignore this pawn and going for this road? Maybe we're afraid for some checks? I don't know. That's a good pin. For example, king e4. So king f7 with a threat of a fork. Check. And maybe one more check, or king d4 right now. What about king d4? Computer doesn't sure. There's a chance to lose all of advance. Or advantage, no. Knight is hanging. What's happening? Why I'm losing? Pieces and pawns and everything that I can lose. In any case, the situation is hard, because at the end of the tournament, it's the end of the round. Maybe for some participants it will be the second tournament in a straight. It gives the pressure more intense, so hard to concentrate and hard to calculate something. It's okay. It's typical situation for the chess player who makes playing chess their main job. Yep. So that's a good choice, interesting choice between king d4 and king e4. My hope that it's the second control, so we have no a third control, because you know, playing with a third control of time, the next bonus time it will be harder, but possible too. So every time we'll finish sometimes, not sometimes, in some time earlier or later. Everybody will be in time trouble. So, as you know, closer to the end of the tournament, I decide to be a philosophy, you know, Buddha style, that everything happens like it should to be. Yeah, why not? So, king on d4 stays interesting, because king avoiding all of problems with check of knight, and the evaluation after king d4 is plus 1.5. King takes, d4. d4 is the second line. King takes e4 is a top engine move right here. The evaluation after the king takes e4 is plus 1.8. So there is no big difference between 2 moves of knight, only 0.3 of pawn, the difference between them. So I think it's possible to choose every variation right now in the game. As for this particular position, the whole situation is getting harder and harder, as I said before, but I really do not understand where the difficulty. Computer said that, I believe him, but what if I just continue my plans? For example, I want to go away to clear the e3 square for the knight. f5. Okay, this trade-off is unuseful for me, because it will be a breakthrough with g4, and h4 passed pawn can be a problem. Oh, it was in the game. So my prediction was wrong. It wasn't a prediction, to be honest. I just wanted to check this variation with king e4 because it looks like logical. We clear the e3 square for the knight, you know, to return and trying to go ahead and exchange this weak pawn. But after the king e4, the only interesting idea for black is f5. Counter threat right here. So f5 is possible. Yep. Maybe it's a, interesting idea for the video lesson in the future. How looking for chances in equal positions. Maybe I want to write it down for myself, because as a chess trainer I am usually looking for an interesting ideas, for lessons. So why not? So maybe even if this game will finish with a draw, it's not a big difference, because that's a great example of looking for something. Firstly, 26 moves ago, as you remember, the situation was totally drawish, but something changed step by step, very small, very careful, and right now the evaluation became minus 0.6, and it's very hard psychologically to defend correctly, because one mistake and it's over. It's a pressure, and every chess player should learn it. Potentially, maybe I will help them, I don't know, but I wrote this idea down in my how it called in English, not textbook, not book. Okay, thing for the writings. No, I want to check it in my translator. So what's a shame? It was a really easy word in my second grade. So it called notebook. Yep. I like the translator. Near the word notebook, he suggests versions of depth note, this thing from the anime, and exercise book, and drawing block. But the first idea was better. Death note. Thank you. That's the thing that I need right now. Perfect. So, Tabatabai has 27 minutes to calculate it one more time and looking for something else, because it's becoming interesting to looking for his ways to capitalization. Right here, 24 minutes in Vladislav Artemyev's clock. Why he did it one more time? In this game he has problems even using this type of spending time, because if he has more time in this position, he would find a king e2 and game will finish for 30 moves, but he hasn't enough time. As you can see, in this particular moment he has only 34 seconds, and it was a great problem for him, and it was explainable, and he made a mistake and lost a lot of advantage. But right here he has a second attempt, because bonus time, you remember that, and he one more time spending a lot of times in the position, so that's not so important to spend, decades of minutes. Right now he has 43 minutes in his clock. After the capture on e4, he's calculating for 20 minutes so far, for 20 minutes. So half of the whole amount of time he spent it for, making a choice between king takes e4 and king takes d4. It's something wrong here. Of course, as I said a lot of times, I'm not the person who has a right to give an advance, but generally it's so clear when you're looking from the side, so I want to say it out loud. Yep. F5 was in that board. Yep, and problems are beginning. So let's compare two continuations. The first one with g takes f5 and the second one with king e3. What will be the difference? Computer says that they are similar in the final result, but it will be it influence on the final pawn structure. So firstly takes king e3, the only one, and g4. So this passed pawn is potentially become, it is right, but computer found an interesting way to continue the game. He suggests to play f4 right now, and it's so unclear. Excuse me. And it's so unclear for me. Something with my throat. He decided to make a pause, physical ideas. I want to touch it, but something right now, everything is correct. It was a bug in the throat. Sounds terrible. As for this position, f4 is a strange move because we create a connected passed pawn for our opponent on the g file. But computer says it's okay. After the king f3 we're losing a pawn. No, king f3, it was in my mind. King e2. Why after king e2 we don't lose our pawn? Answer me please. King f1, and this position has an evaluation of 0.0. I don't know how it works. No. And I refuse to take part on this because it's a cheating ways to simplify the positions. I don't know what the point. Maybe the spin is endless. For example, I take my king and get closer to the rook, to go this knight away. Okay, that's a threat for the rook. Rook d7, knight g2, and this attack led white to take this pawn back. What's a variation? Impossible for the human being. I think the whole idea of f4 is discovered the second rank for the rook, and maybe clear the f2 square for the king. But it's very hard to find. What you can see about king e3 right now? Maybe something better. So if takes g4, h takes g4. This is a protected passed pawn in the h file. Oh, f file for the rooks. f4 is an outpost for the pieces. Dangerous, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. So I take all my words back, and right now I realize that that was the reason why Amin Tabatabai declined the offer of draw. He really knew that there is something interesting in the position, and he is looking for chances for the last hour and half of an hour, and he started to find. So, looking at learning. Artemiev Vladislav is continuing to thinking. Oh, no. my fault. He took on e4 by the king. It was the right decision. And king f7. It was a top engine move right here. So as you can see, knight d6 is a threat. That's the reason why our multiple threats from the knight e5 isn't working so good. Computer recommends to play rook a8 with 2 threats at the same time. So the pawn is hanging, the fork is hanging. Hanging. Check. What about king d3? King f6, take the pawn, takes, king e5, and the situation is equal. Okay, it was the easiest way to understand how it works. King e5 is better. And this idea doesn't exist, but this pawn is hanging after the f5, for example. It will be the only move because knight is hanging. Rook a7 check. So here is prohibited. Maybe king e8 and king e7 with all ideas of checkmate, and it's really impossible to black solve all these problems. Interesting. Very interesting. King e3 was in this game. Yep, I was right about the complications of these variations. Takes. So not in this particular moment. Or here. Where was the variation with the 4 ideas that we analyzed 2 minutes ago? Dementia comes. Thank you. Really on time. We are waiting here. In any case, after the f4, black has a lot of opportunities with a space right here. But humanly speaking, the move f takes g4 looks more natural because that gets this pawn structure better. h4 pawn right now has chances to be potentially passed pawn, so that means something. Right now it's a position with 2 weaknesses. The first weakness for white is d4 pawn. The second one is passed pawn on the h file. So be careful. Computer says that the evaluation right now is minus 0.7, and it's the biggest evaluation from the last 40, maybe from the whole game. Maybe from the whole game. Right now it was a draw. In every move, it was a draw. And right now, after the h takes g4, yep, the evaluation is the biggest in black's favor in the period of the whole game. So psychologically, it's very hard to defend in this position because you feel it, of course. You feel how your position is getting worse and worse, and you haven't enough opportunities to change something because it's an end game. There are no pieces to create a counter threats connected with checkmate or something like that, because all of your pieces should stay and protect the isolani pawn on d4. Yep. It was so new for me, maybe not only for me, how the position can change after right plans and, gathering in the center with all pieces. And yep, textbook example in any case, even if this game will finish with a draw, because, to be honest, I feel respect of that. So, f takes g4, forget all English letters. So, king takes on f7. After the knight e5, it's possible. Let's calculate the variations. Rook e8. This pawn endgame, is totally winning in black's favor. Because a5 pawn is the best passed pawn because he is further from the whole situation. Interesting. So it's a trap too. Usually when we have an extra material, or a passed pawn, it's a good way to capitalize something, transform the position into pawn endgame, because white's king is more active, white's passed pawn closer to the back rank. But right now we have an exception, because trade-offs on e8 and d7 lead us to the lose of the game. Untypical, but interesting. So that's the reason why after king a7, computer recommends to return on c6, because there is nothing, and it's better, to stay here and play rook a8, further from the ideas with double attacks or something else. So king e7, pawn is hanging. What will be after the knight b5? Rook c8, for what purpose? Check. What we want to do? Stay knight on e6 or what? No, computer recommend to response after that. Where is our plan to win something? I don't see. Computer shows me the great evaluation, so 2 pawns in white's favor. I agree with him. Why not? 2 pawns is good, but as for specific ways to have something, it's harder. What about 0.0? So it's not working. Rook h8 with the idea of skewer. King g7, rook h3, going from the other side of the board and looking for something else. Maybe. Right now, Amitabh thinking he has 20 minutes in the clock, and the whole position is totally risk-free for him. So maybe that's really a way to... That's the reason why the initial position of endgame was interesting to continue, because white has a small risky. Right now, in this game, all the risk is getting bigger, but firstly, black hasn't risk at all, and white has so. 20 minutes in the clock. I'm sure that the 6th hour will be more interesting, and the 7th more interesting, because closer to time trouble things, quicker moves, give us more material to discussion. But right now, the 5th hour, and everybody is just thinking. But not for the long time. As you can see right now, Vladislav Artemiev has 13 minutes in the clock already. So that's the reason why he will play more quickly after the 10 minutes at all. So rook a8 or checking returning, and rook a8 in any case, because rook and the knight stay in bed because they put a place in the same color, and as you know, it's a great precondition of the double attack from the knight. Pieces who staying in the same color squares. So 12 minutes in the clock. Hard to make a decision, because fog in front of the eyes, fog in the brain. Of course, everyone is tired, and today 4 hours and 49 minutes have passed from the start of the round. So all problems are predictable, everything is okay. I'm speaking like a chat GPT, because every time when I asked him about something, he said, Dasha, it's okay, everything is okay, stop being nervous, everything is okay. Oh, I broken my pen. As you can see, right now, the details of the pen isn't fixed. Okay, so it will be pen without details, because as you remember, everything is okay. I didn't throw it away to the floor. No, it's my backpack here. I keep the clear floor in the rooms when I'm working. So do not think about that. Everything is under control except my broken pen. So. What about the situation? 11 minutes in white's clock. Time to do something. Rook a8 or maybe something else. But if you spend time, all of your time right here, it will be hard to capitalize the advantage in the next who knows how much hours. So it's better to play quickly here. I mean, Tabatabai, in this game, after the h takes g4, played rook f8. Computer doesn't like this move. He is sure that it's better to go away by king g7 from all these checks on e5, because potentially rook endgame, it's a way to save the position. So rook f8 and f3, the evaluation is minus 0.4. What do you think about king e5 potentially? For example, if black stays in the place doing nothing. d5, so their rook should stay here. Okay, if they black do not doing nothing, check. What? It's a pawn end game, of course. We have not the idea to trade off two rooks. Okay, after the rook f7, for example, check, takes, going away. There is a chance to keep the game, but not so secure chance, you know. This game is 50-50. 50 to draw, 50 to win by black. So maybe it's too late. It's too late. Apologize. It's too late to exchange the knights in this particular case. Yeah, today it's become more songs because, you know, closer to the end, funnier the streams. Rook comes to f4 square. Okay, this pawn into the trouble, but maybe it will be knight e5. Who knows? Maybe not. So knight e5 seems interesting because it will be a rook end game, but as for rook end games, black has a connected passed pawn on h4 firstly, they have an extra pawn on the e file secondly. It may be very dangerous for white. So if I were white, I would avoid this continuation because, of course, it's interesting. New ratio of pieces and all this stuff, but as for, you know, human things, the equal number of pawns means a lot of internal calmness. So the game becomes interesting, the game is continuing. Right now, Vladislav has 7 minutes in the clock. Everything goes to the next period of time troubles. That, of course, is bad thing generally, but every time trouble make our stream funnier and quicker, and, you know, more details to discuss. And right now it's good that in the end of the 5th hour it will be new time troubles, like I'm, you know, evil from the movies. For example, when you see some Disney fairy tales with princess, and really in every movie, there is a opponent, an evil magic opponent who try to kill everybody, like a witch from the I don't know how it called. Okay, like a stepmother in the Cinderella, stepmother in the Snow White. Who else? Whatever. They are evil and they wanted something bad, like ha ha ha, I will kill the whole world. And right now, me like them, you know, ha ha, it will be time troubles. Rook a8 finally was in this position. Yep, that's a top engine move, but it's 7 minutes in the clock. We are close to the problem. Not we. white closest to the problem, is close to the problem. Whatever English grammar right now, it's not the first thing. So, winter is coming, haha. Like, you know, a Grinch face. Something bad is close. But I don't know who am I. Maybe I'm the evil opponent of the main characters. Maybe I'm just chess commentator from the chess tournament. It's a hard question. Hard question. Computer was thinking for some time, and right now he decided that there is a good moment to change the knights. So knight e5 gives us the evaluation minus 0.4. But as for rook d3, it's not so worse. But after that, all the opportunities with going to the rook endgame will be finished. So it's, you know, time to choose. Computer says that the opportunities with knight e5 and rook d3 are similar, with similar evaluation in the end, but they lead to the different kinds of endgames. So it's important. After the king knight e5, let's check it one more time. Takes, going away, protecting this pawn. There's potentially a lot of plans for the black. Computer says, I don't know what. If rook goes away from the e file, it will be rook e2 and rook e1, attacking this pawn a lot of times, and that's potentially problems for the black. So that's the reason why it's better to keep this rook on the e file and going away by this rook. Rook d8 with a counter checks from this back rank, and the next rook is ready to help. Maybe it requires a lot of calculation, things, very hard to do it after the 5 hours of playing, but fortunately it's not my problem. So really it's a good news for me, because I really be mad if I play this game and the last 2 hours was hard and position feeling like getting worse and worse. So it's without doubts, it's a great psychological pressure, but it is the strongest tournament in Russia in 2025, as you know, and if you're a participant, you should be ready for these changes of our life. I'm not ready for that at all, so maybe that's the reason why I'm just the commentator. After the rook a8, it's time to think for the black. Sargsyan Shant is thinking, he has enough time, he has 40 minutes in his clock. Computer says that the move knight d6 is better than the rest of the opportunities, because after that knight goes to b5 and protect this weakness. To be honest, ideas with a5 aren't working, because after that pawn b6 become the basic one. So after rook b8, the number of problems is getting bigger. So that's the reason why knight on b5, it's a very useful piece right now. So of course rook h8 is interesting, but it's hard to find something. You know, the main idea of computer is changing the side and going to the first rank, rook h8, rook h3 or rook h1 or something like that. Yep, it was in the game right now. Knight made a check, king goes to e5, and I'm sure that the next move will be knight b5, because what else? It's the only opportunity to keep these pawns in the queen side. In any case, right now it's time to take a break. 5 hours have passed and we have a schedule. Schedule shows us that 10 minutes break, it's the first and the best and the most important thing. So see you in 10 minutes. So, what do you want to hear after this break? The both game is continuing of course, because the both plural too. So, right now I heard a sound from the corridor. As I said to you before, this tournament is placed in the Chess Hunter-Mansiysk Academy. So it's a great architectural building with 2 floors, and the tournament is placed in the 2nd floor, and all commentators, audience, organizers team, most of the organizers still in the 1st place, included me. So we have electronic screens in the hall, like here, to look at the games and analyzing it from this. And firstly, some people try to do it, but right now, with every next hour, more and more people feel interest to the situation in the boards. And right now I heard the voices with analyzing of the game, from drivers, from people who really don't connect it with chess by their work, but they're trying to understand something, how it's happened. And it's interesting because everybody wants to realize what's happening, why they do not finish their games. So you know how it works. And let's look at the board. As for the second one, the advantage of Vladislav Artemiev keeps in the board. So rook a8, our last analysis was about knight on the b5, who protect the a7 pawn, and right now it's interesting opportunity to the white, making a check. The point is, after the king e7, computer recommends to white returns on c6. But as for knight e6, it will be knight c3. And right now, the only one move to protect the pawn using a tactical shot with d6. And it's so hard, as computer says. So knight e4, the only move, preventing d6 opportunity. But every knight is hanging, and it will be a check. And the only move, and rook h8 with the idea of skewer. And knight c5 is the only move to protect this rook, and d6, and knight d3, and the only move to protect the pawn. So that's a forced variation. Very unclear, but right now, in the end of this variation, black will have 2 problems in the same time. The first problem is hanging knight. The second problem is skewer on the 7th rank. So let's check it one more time. So check the only move, knight e6. As for knight c3, not the only move, but what else? The idea of rook h8 and rook h7 is scary, and black should looking for counter threats. So looks natural. Knight c7. This is prohibited. This is a threat potentially, and d6. So knight e4. d6 should be stopped. So check the only one. d6 look like this variation can be till the end, but it's, brilliant calculations. In any case, right now, Shan is thinking maybe that was the point that Vladislav counted for 30 minutes in this situation, Maybe it was, I don't know. I'm not sure that I'm ready to guess at these questions because it's so unclear. In any case, in the game, in the third board, in the game between Nesterov Arseny and Aminta Batabayi, So we analyzed this position in previous time, and we discussed that right now white had two options, with exchange of knights or without. Arseny chose the version, the continuation with rook d3 in the game, so he decided not to exchange these knights on e5, and right now Tabatabai went away king g7. So king just goes away from the potential fork, and right now it will be next. But after knight e5, to be honest, the same situation in the end, because it will be strange if this knight says like, oh, I don't want to take part of this, goodbye. No, it's strange. After the knight d4, the same result. The same result. Right now, computer is sure that the evaluation is 0.2, so it's near to the draw. That's the point. And right now, knight e5 is a top engine move. Of course, white can stay here, but the rook endgame without a pawn has more safety in this question. Maybe. No, king f2. King f2, king f2 is a sacrifice of a pawn, right? Let's check together. So, knight d4, for example. Takes, takes. Takes, takes. Going away. It is a draw. Is it a draw? To be correctly. Usually, the knight endgames without a pawn, it's a great chances to lose, because you know there are two types of endgame to really to capitalize an extra pawn. It's a pawn endgame and a knight endgame, and trainers usually says that knight endgame has a strong resemblance with pawn endgame, and if you have an extra pawn, it's better to lead to the. It's better to go to the pawn and or knight endgame. So that's our situation right now. I'm not sure that I'm ready for that. If I were white, I would not be ready. But what else? What do you think about all these ideas? Of course, they are grandmasters, and if the engine agrees with them, they are totally right. Okay, we will see it in the game. We will see it. Game will show us everything, who is right, who is wrong, and that's interesting to look. So, right now, let's talk about other opportunities in this moment. We discussed the king e7 with this long and complicated variation with knight e6 and a lot of tactics. But to be honest, right now, king e7 is the only move for black. I said it before, but I didn't explain to you why the king e7 is the only move. What will be after the king g6? Knight e6 in any case, with a threat of a fork, for example, rook f7, checking. So this pawn is losing, right? Right. This pawn is losing. So that's the reason why it's so dangerous for the king staying on the g file. Okay. King decided to go to e7. And right now, Vladislav has 6 minutes to make a choice in this position. It's really dangerous. So he has two options. Returning on c6 with a check, or going to e6 with new ideas. Computer love the first option, but it's not so humanly. Knight took on d4. What was the idea here? Knight b6. Okay, what's next? I really don't understand. What was the purpose of this sacrifice a pawn in the center of the board? Maybe it's clear for somebody, but I'm sure it's not for me. Yep, knight d6 was in the game. Computer likes it, not really likes it, but he says, okay, if you want to do it, do it. Yep. So now rook d8 seems logical, because here knight has a new opportunity to attack the rook, and rook should stay on the d8. And computer says that right now the top engine move is king g2. What was the purpose of sacrifice the pawn? To be honest, I feel pity to the pawns, because they are small, lonely guys. And every player should take care of them, not sacrifice. Joking, of course, joking. Only joking, nothing more. So, king g2, e5, for example, and knight returns. So maybe e5, it's knight d2. Long reroutes, but computer totally agrees with this idea. Okay, I believe them. Knight e6 was played in this game, and Vladislav has 4 minutes. 4 minutes right now. It's the most responsible moment. The moment that requires time. Yep. Knight c3 sounds interesting, because what else? It's psychologically hard to continue the game without, chances to find something new and defend. So maybe it's a chance. Oh, g4. Pawn decided to go from all these problems. But what will be after the rook g8? If rook want to, stay behind the passed pawn, not the passed pawn, but stay behind the pawn and take everything. So let's check the knight c3, d6, check. Because of the idea with rook g7. Understandable? Understandable. So this move make black's position harder. And right now, after the rook h8 or rook g8, the capitalization will be maybe quicker. I don't know, but it's just a feeling. So this counter threat is hard, but maybe everyone is calculated this variation till the end that I showed you in previous time, and they decided to just play g4 from this threat, to avoid this capture, but it wasn't a good decision. So 3 minutes in Vladislav's clock, and I'm interested about his next move, because it looks like then after rook g8 it will be possible to capitalize even in my level. So no, I'm not so self-confident to tell you that, but it's really easily, because nobody is ready to protect this pawn. After the knight d6, it will be just rook takes g4, what else? And it's a second passed pawn who 100% helps the white's camp. So where are the problems? The main idea is after rook g8, there is not knight c3 because of d6. d6 is a very great tautological, right? It's a great opportunity of white. So everything is under control. Computer said that rook h8 is interesting too, because this idea is more important. But as for human, I'm sure that if you have an opportunity to take opponent's pawn, you should do that immediately. As for this board, after their knight b6, rook went away to the d8, Arseny right now has 22 minutes in his clock, and the situation after the king g2 evaluated like a minus 0.3. But as for the rest of the moves right here, included knight c4 and knight a4, the evaluation in these cases is more than a whole pawn in black's favor. So you should be careful. What careful you should be. When I start to speak like a fool, I don't know. I don't know. It's part of the style, you know. Strange decisions and being unpredictable. Yep. So, 48th move. Vladislav Artemiev has 37 seconds as usual. As for commentator, I like the moment with time trouble. As for human, it makes me nervous. But yes, it was a rook g8 in the game. And right now the evaluation of computer is more than 3 pawns. I want to force him to calculate more. But even in the depth of 22, he shows me the 3.2. So it looks like that's enough to capitalize an extra pawn, an extra piece, an extra knight in some variations. Extra knight sounds strange, right? Knight and knight, extra knight. Like when you book the hotel, yep, and the lady from the reception asked you like how many nights, how many days, and you answer her like I want to extra night from 50th to 60th of August, I don't know. So knight returned to the d6. And as for me, it's a great time to take the pawn. As for computer, he is sure that the best move in this particular case is knight g5, preventing a check from f7. So this move is better, as he think, because this check for what? Maybe we just playing like here with an idea of rook g7 and our king is ready to come on. So 15 seconds, 14, 13, 12 in the clock. I feel nervous. And it was what? Where? When? It was 95. So really intense battle that I want in the start of the round. So the dreams unfolds. The dream happens in real life. It was a fixed phrase to describe the situation. I want to find it. How it's called, right? Dreams come true. Dreams come true, yep. So my dreams sometimes come true, like today. So knight g5. The main idea is... What's the main idea? For example, after knight e8, what will be next? Rook g7. Oh, my table goes ahead. It's interesting, but please stay in the place. I really beg you not to go ahead, because it will be very strange if my table, like in cartoons, will go ahead, close to camera, closer, and in the end you will look at me from this, side, all of my face, and that's all. It will be scary. It's very scary thing, so let's stay in the place, please. Now sometimes I'm talking with a table, do not react. It's an influence of the 60s. Happy not 60s hours, just 6. But, that's not a big difference. I feel like it's a 60s hour of playing. In any case, in the third bread, board. In the third board, it was this particular variation with king g2, the top engine move, e5 and knight c4. Knight c4. It's time to play knight c4 because, yep, thank you. Because it's the only move for white to continue the game. Computer says that right now the threat is hard, so it's time to do something. For example, there is two interesting options for the black in this position. The first one is e4, the second one is king f6. Let's start from the easiest one. King f6 gives white an opportunity to put the knight on the e4 with a check, and it looks like it's enough. Not right now. Computer changed his mind one more time, and right now the elevation is minus 0.8. I don't like it, so what was our idea? Rook a3, attacking from the side. No, right now the evaluation is changed again, so I don't believe him, and I touch the plus to improve the depth of the calculation, because it insults me. He gives the one evaluation, and after that he changing everything. It's not fair. It's unfair in 100%. In any case, in this game was e4 move. You know, of course, this capture is prohibited because of the discovered attack with a check. So you should take here, and rook has two options. Rook g4, predictable. King h1. Right now, computer says this was a decisive moment. Can you imagine this? Right now, the king h1 was played by the 6 seconds. But it was a decisive moment. I don't know why, let's analyze it together. But the move king h3 goes to the draw, and king h1 goes to the loss. What's the difference? So if you take here, rook takes e4, rook g1. They have a new papers because it was a 60s move. And what? And what? And what's your name? And after the some move of king g6, king f6, whatever, the only move for white who can save them is rook g4. So king should stay on h3, protecting this rook. I don't know how it works. I don't know why this position is equal. I don't know everything. I just say out loud how it works. So this pin, these pawns, these potential checks, computer calculating, and give us the results 0.0 in any case. But after the king h1, white hasn't the chances to save the position. Even after knight d2. Of course, these ideas connected with the pin in the d file is interesting, but black has two options to avoid it. One of them is rook e2, because this move is prohibited because of knight f3 with the idea of checkmate in 1. Yep. And the second one is easiest, is a rook e goes to e8, preparing the knight e6. Wow. Of course, I realize in 100% then this idea with king h3 is really impossible during the game. Maybe if it will be the tactic puzzle, you know, that you should solve, and you know that there is something strange in this particular case, it's possible to find the decision for these top-level grandmasters, but during the normal game, impossible. But fun fact, it spends just 6 seconds right here. Just 6 seconds. The most important moment in the game It was 6 seconds. Yep. And everything is decided. So right now, of course, rook e2, it's a checking, because after that, rook should go away and staying on the e8 square, so nothing have changed. What will be after the... knight f3. Knight f3 in any case, and this capture is prohibited because of rook e2. So it can be an interesting idea with, counter threats, because that's a double attack, and knight e6 isn't working because of the capture or trade-off here, firstly, whatever. But there is an idea connected with knight f3. Yep. And right now the whole position is lost. So it's the price of decisions from the sixth hour of playing. Life is life, chess is chess. What's happening here? After the knight g5. Interesting. I'm looking to the position from the chess, and I look at the chat of the customers who looking at the broadcast from the tournament in live time, and the last comment is doing the job. So in this position, so it's really, if it's right meaning and I understand everything correctly, it's really textbook example from capitalization, the isolated pawn on d4. So yes, it can be expensive experience for white, but really yes. So right now Amin has only 5 minutes, and his task is find this way with rook e4. I haven't questions, so it's obvious why other variations aren't working. After the rook f2, with an idea of counter threat, it will be knight h2. All these ideas keeps in the board, and after rook f4, for example, it is knight f3 opportunity, because in previous time this is not working. Takes, and rook goes to e2 with checkmate, and you cannot save your king from this threat. But right now with rook on f4, this checkmate isn't possible, so that's the reason why it's right here. It's a draw. One more question. Of course, rook d4 is not what we want. Firstly here, secondly here, and rook is, strong enough to keep this position to the draw. So knight f1. Amin has 4 minutes, so lot of times trouble. Shan Sargsyan has 9 minutes right here. That's potentially a threat. Hard to find a good continuation. For example, after the a5 doing nothing, it will be rook g6. Where is the main idea? b5. I don't know, I want to create a passed pawn. Check. Sorry, my knight is hanging. Knight is hanging, of course. In this game, rook e4. Amin Tabatabai found the right continuation to win this game. So knight d4, knight d2. 3 times repetition. Why this rook returned? Guys, what's happening? It will be the 3rd time repetition if I am right. What they are doing? Really? So this position was here first time. After the knight d2 it was a 2nd time. In the 62nd move, in the 64th move. And right now, black hasn't other options. Instead of rook e4 with a third time repetition, I mean Tabatabai played rook f2, but we know that right now is a draw. After the knight h2, because rook f4 leads to the knight f3 in the end of variation. Wow. Wow, it's a draw finally. Can you imagine that? What a big surprise for every audience who, opened the engine and was sure that the situation is totally winning for the black. But they will be very surprised when opponents, I mean. The opponents will be very surprised when they start to analyze this game with an engine. Maybe they will be shocked sometimes, as me right now, but really, this game is very interesting, and the previous two, so I was totally wrong when I told you that it's so boring, this is an end game, this is a all my words, I take it again, because so much turning tables. Yep. Let's continue, our nerves, we should put it in the place and continue to think about the situation. So finally, after the rook f4, knight f3 helps to white, and everything decide. Yep. So I haven't worked right now. Maybe it's the first time in the tournament when I feel like something like that. Because you've seen it too. It was something very strange, and really battle is intense for today. So everything that I wanted. Dreams come true, but sometimes the way that they come true is very interesting. So after the knight h2, it's the only one way to continue. It's rook f4, because what's else? And knight f3, and they offer to the draw. Yep, it was knight f4. And the last question is about knight f3, but Arseny is sure of his activities. He was ready, he going for a walk, he calculated it in previous time. So, yep. Knight takes f3, rook takes d8, and g4. g4? It can be g4. Computer writes 0.0, and I believe him. But maybe it's a new time to calculate the variations, because engine is engine, human beings are human beings. King g2? Computer says it's enough. Yeah. They will be very surprised when they start analyze the game. Maybe I just want to share my emotions with somebody, because it's really very strange. Okay, let's look at the second board. Knight d8, it was a check, and rook g8 and knight g5 preventing the idea with knight f7. a5 was in the game, rook g6, the top engine move as we discussed. Because of idea with a fork and taking the knight, black responds knight f7, trade-off here, and rook takes g4. So right now white has 2 extra passed pawns. Not totally 2 extra passed pawns, because black has a passed pawn potentially too, but this king is more active, this pawn is closer to the last rank, so that's not so hard to win. At least as computer says. I don't know what to believe right now, because previous games show us that everything can be happened in the game. So. As for the king g2, for example, g4, just checks from this side or from this side maybe. Yep. After the trade-off of rooks, the situation became draw, but it's draw in total. Right here too. Oh, yep. So what will be more interesting for us? Looking for the capitalization of extra pawn in rook endgame with an advantage of active. To be honest, only one move is winning here is king g6. For example, if you decide to return, the situation is equal after rook e2. So who knows? Maybe that's not so predictable. Of course, it was king d6 in the game, but the fact. For example, king c6, taking the pawn, d6, check, rook c4, and this pawn promoted. So it's all the scheme is ready to go ahead, because c file will interfere by the rook from c4. Okay, decisive question. As for this moment, the playing is continue. Let's find the forced variation with something. I'm not sure that it exists, but check, go in here, rook d4. If I will do the next check, for example, right now, black has advantage. So it's not so easy, they continue to fighting. It's, of course, if you see the engine evaluation, it makes the whole process easier, but if you haven't this option, so it's a risky game, because opponent, because Amin Tabatabai has connected pawns and knight and a rook, and everybody is going ahead, and two rooks, of course they're a good team, but you should calculate a lot of variations. Right now Arseny has 18 minutes, so that's enough, I think. But of course, after 6 hours of playing, nobody can keep the initial level of calculations. So everybody loses this opportunity with rook e8 and knight f3 after that. So maybe I want to put this moment into my notebook, because to be honest, it's a great example of the scheme to checkmate with knight and rook. So maybe it's interesting to put it into the, I will write it down, r plus n, rook plus knight. So common scheme, but there is some interesting. Yep. So knight d4 was in this game. If rook wants to go away, it will be what? The next offer of trading off. Check from here. So it may be not so simple to fix the draw in this situation. I'm not sure, but honestly, hard to calculate. As for the second board, yep, it was king c7. It was king c7 here to promote this pawn. After the checks, it will be rook c4. After some attempts to block the pawn by the rook and king from this side, it will be check, of course, from every side. And the situation is getting to the end. But I said it like 3 hours ago, so it will be hard to you to believe me in this question. In any case, rook f6, rook f3, rook g6, rook somewhere else, all of this variation lead us to the draw. But I know that because of the engine. For example, rook f6, it's of course trade-off here. Rook f3, I don't know, rook d8, rook check. Where is the draw? Where is the draw? Maybe it's better to check not this. Maybe the point is something different. For example, rook f3, rook f1. It's a blunder because pawn is promoting with the check. Thank you for deflection. Rook goes to f7. So rook f1, it's a bad option, very bad, the worst. As for other ideas, it's good, are good, are whatever. Whatever, English grammar is hard for my brain, especially right now. Rook stays on e4, attacking the knight. So centralize the rook. Rook like to be double. Maybe. Maybe not. And after that it will be an exchange. Finally it will be the exchange of the rooks after the rook f1. Takes. g4 going ahead. Rook g7. h3. So protecting everything. Rook g4. Knight g4 and king h3. I think it's my prediction to the close future from this situation. Rook c4 was in the game, and I have a strong feeling that it's time to resign in this particular case, because the pawn managed to promote a queen in any case. Takes, h, here, d7, a2, d8 queen, a white queen, and you are sure that we should play it? Maybe there are some ways to avoid two queens in the board, because it seems like a chance to have a draw. Of course, in the end of the variation, computer says that the whole position in white's favor, because I'm not sure, because I know this type of positions. One mistake. Yep, they have two queens in the board, so nothing is clear for me, at least. The evaluation of computer is clear. 5 pawns in white's favor. But we haven't a force opportunity to exchange the queens. The idea of computer is playing king b7 right now to open the diagonal for the queen. Yep. 2 minutes against 4 minutes. Maybe right here it's time to find something easier. I don't know, but it looks like the new problems in the even surface. So in any case, it's not my business. My business is giving comments, right? Queen. And right now, Artemiev Vladislav has 1 minute in his clock, so nothing happens. Nothing is clear. In this situation, after the king f5, it was rook e goes to e1. Right now, white has two ideas. Maybe one of it is rook d5, second is rook f1. I'm not sure it's a really important sequence of ideas. Rook e7, for example. Rook d5, g4, going ahead. Rook b5, g3. But king is enough to stop this team of pawns, so everything is under control. Or it feels like everything under control. Knight g6. Check from the d5. King g4. Going closer to the checkmate opportunities. Dangerous, but the evaluation is equal in any case, but dangerous. Check from the d5 right now. It's time to decide. So Arseny is the only one participant for this moment who has time, to think in emergency case. As for the rest of the chess players who are playing right now, they haven't a time at all. So yep, king g4, rook g1, with potential idea of discovered attack and taking the g5 pawn. Yep. It looks like there are no opportunity to keep this pawn in the board, and maybe it's time to looking for chances to white's victory. Who knows? You know, fun fact, that after this check, it will be a response with a check. So check for you, with a discovered attack after the king h1. So interesting for the both sides. Or there is only one idea to avoid these things. Rook f3 to interfere, but there is a deflection with rook takes g5 and king takes f3. Interesting, it was 74th move. Yep, that's the fight that I expected all this tournament. Finally, it happens. Okay, queen decided to check from the d5, protecting this square. Maybe rook, or maybe queen, with the checks, will stay somehow to protect the both pawns, and after that king will take on the b6. So technically after that it will be 2 extra passed pawns, and maybe it's easier to capitalize. For example, the idea of computer is making checks the way to stay on h4 finally, and after that takes the pawn on b6. Maybe. Tabatabai has only 18 seconds in his clock. It's a counter threat of g5, so rook goes to f3. So check. It's just a checking of check. Check. King f5, and it's time to offer a draw. Yep, it was rook g5 in this moment. King takes g5. And king goes to f5. The quickest, the shortest way to fix the draw, of course, is rook h1 and rook takes h4, or rook takes g6 and king g4. But I don't know, maybe it's time to looking for something. Of course, it's not a joke. Maybe it's a revenge, because in previous time black declined an agreement of draw a lot of times, and right now Arseny decided to make a revenge for him, just trying to win this game with an idea of checkmate. Perfect. You know, the continuation that we deserved. So king h3. Way to do something. Yep, check from g5. Maybe that's predictable. So queen wants to stay on the f4 or in the h4, you know, to what I wanted to say, to protect the both pawns in the c4 and in the f2. And after that it will be possible to take on b6 without threats of forks and all this stuff. And after that it will be a long period of escaping from the perpetual check, promoting this pawn on the c file. So we are here till tomorrow's night. It's my favorite joke, but right now it's not a joke. Okay, this pawn was lost, and right now black has a scheme to solve, not to solve, to... You know, there are schemes in the theory of chess openings, and there are shakes. Am I right? Yep. After the rook f4, there shakes their hands, because it's a draw finally. So, yep. It was a hard day for them, but, you know, after the victory of Vladislav Artemiev in this board, or after the draw, whatever, it's a joke, of course, not whatever. I'm just want to say about the result of Amin Tabatabai. So, of course, he lost his chances to win. It was just 3 moves variation. But in any case, he secured a first place for himself. So congrats for him. And we have the last game. It can be for the moves, and I don't know. It's time to make a break or not. Because maybe after the king c6, for example, there are no checks in this position and everything is going to the victory. Maybe we will not make a break in this time because everything is coming to the end of the game, and during this 10 minutes break, this game should, end, finish. Nobody has a time. The process of capitalization, I think, will not so hard. So my decision is avoiding a break for this time because it's a finish of the game. I feel that. So king goes to c6. There are no checks in this position. Queen goes to b4. I'm not sure, but I think that it can be easy to win. For example, check from this side and king something in the 7th horizontal and check from c7. F8 is prohibited because of fork. The 6th rank is prohibited because of this fork. But what will be after the king? That's what I wanted to show. Queen c8 with a check, and after the next move it will be queen b7. So everything is right. And right now I found the decision almost without the engine helps. So, of course, it's easy to do. Because this queen is so close to the king, there are a lot of squares to make an exchange from d6 and from b7. That's the reason why it's time to go in this flank and finish the game. Right? Right. Right. Everything is under control. But of course, that's very useful to check it one more time because, today we have so much surprises in previous games, so... Yep. Maybe queen g5 is very logical too. It was a queen g5. Maybe there is a forced variations in this position too. I just... don't see it right now, but maybe something is clear. For example, after king f7 it will be check. Check. So the 6th horizontal is prohibited because of check, and queen c8 in any case. Queen goes to c8, maybe from this side or from others, whatever. King h7, king h7, king h7. So everyone is miscalculating sometimes, especially after 6 hours of playing. Today will be not our... But I don't know, of course. My thought, of course, that today will be not our record of time of playing, because right now 6 hours have passed, and... yeah. Everything is good. I found the right reroute. So queen e5. The 6th horizontal is prohibited, and after some move on the 7th rank, it will be queen c7 with all our ideas. With king here, queen d7, here, queen d5, and queen d6 in the next move. Okay, queen e5. Yep. There are many ways to capitalize this queen endgame with 2 extra pawns. Because after queen b4, as I said before, there's a lot of squares to exchange the queens. The engine said that his evaluation is checkmate in 18. So. What will be after this round? Tabatabai has... well, I will tell you the result But why? I want to tell you right now, maybe. This position is fixed, and it's not so hard to find the right sequence of moves. So, Queen e8. This reroute is easy even for me, but I'm not a top-level chess grandmaster. So, Queen d7. And they shake their hands. Finally, Vladislav Artemiev won this game. Congrats for him. As for what I wanted to say, as for results after the 8th round. So what we have for this moment? Amin Tabatabai has a 5.5 points and he secured a first place for himself. Even if he lose tomorrow game, it's really influence on nothing because he is first. Superb. 6 players as usual are sharing places between 2nd and 7th. Raunak Sathwani, Vladimir Malakhov, Arseniy Nesterov, Aik Martirosyan, Francisco Vallejo Pons, and Vladislav Artemiev after his winning game. And 3 players are sharing places from the 8th to the 10th. It's Sanan Sugirov, Shamsuddin Vahidov, and Shan Sargsyan after his losing game right now. So, that's all. It was 6 hours and 7 minutes. Enough, I think. Let's go dinner. So, see you tomorrow. It will be the last round and the decisive one. Are you ready?
А сейчас, да, я все результаты